Hey fam. This is Fiction Moon. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. What if Harry was a high elf sovereign reborn and his mere presence caused every wand in Britain to shatter? Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Shattering. The morning of July 31st began the way most mornings at number 4, Privet Drive began, with Vernon Dursley's alarm clock screaming at 6:15, Petunia's slippered feet slapping down the hallway, and the smell of bacon fat hitting a pan with a sound like mild applause. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake since 3 in the morning, sitting cross-legged on his cot in the cupboard under the stairs, watching the dark with the particular stillness of someone who had stopped being afraid of it years ago. He couldn't explain the feeling that had settled over him in the night. It wasn't dread, exactly. It wasn't excitement either. It was more like standing at the edge of something vast and feeling it breathe. He turned 11 today. The cupboard felt smaller than usual. Or maybe he felt larger. It was hard to tell the difference in the dark. Boy. Petunia's knuckle rapped the cupboard door twice. Bacon. Now. Harry unfolded himself from the cot, pulled on a shirt that had belonged to Dudley 3 sizes of Dudley ago, and opened the door. The hallway light hit him and Petunia made a strange sound, not quite a gasp, more like the small noise a person makes when they step on a stair that isn't there. She was staring at him. Her pale eyes moved across his face with an expression he'd never seen on her before, something caught between recognition and revulsion, and then she turned sharply and walked to the kitchen without another word. Harry followed her. He didn't think much of it. Petunia always looked at him like he'd done something wrong by existing. Today was probably no different. Dudley was already at the table, methodically destroying a bowl of cereal with the focus of a general conducting siege warfare. He glanced at Harry, opened his mouth to say something unpleasant, and then closed it again. His small eyes went briefly uncertain, which was the most interesting thing Dudley Dursley had done in 11 years. "Morning," Harry said. Dudley looked at his cereal. Vernon came downstairs at 6:45 with his tie already knotted and his face already set into its default configuration of mild grievance. He sat down, unfolded his newspaper, and reached for his coffee without looking up. The coffee mug got halfway to his mouth before he registered Harry standing at the stove and went completely still. The newspaper crinkled. "What," Vernon said, very carefully, "is wrong with your eyes?" Harry turned from the bacon. "Nothing. Good morning, Uncle Vernon." "Your eyes." Vernon set the mug down with deliberate precision. They look green," Harry said. "They've always been green." "Not like that, they haven't." Petunia was very busy with the toast. Dudley had apparently found his cereal absolutely riveting. Harry looked at the small mirror mounted by the back door, the one Petunia used to check her hair before the neighbors might see her, and went still himself for just a moment. His eyes were green, yes. But they were luminous. Not glowing in any dramatic, visible from across the room way. Just lit from somewhere deeper than the surface, the way a stained glass window looks from the inside when the sun hits it right. Like the color was a door, and something behind it was awake. It had never looked like that before. Or maybe it had, and he'd simply never noticed. He turned back to the bacon and flipped it, and didn't say anything else, and eventually Vernon retreated behind his newspaper with the practiced determination of a man who had decided years ago that certain things in his house were simply not his problem. Dudley's birthday letters usually arrived in a cascade, cards from friends, from both grandmothers, from various aunties who smelled of talcum powder and considered Dudley a perfect child because they only saw him 4 times a year. Harry had never received a birthday letter. He'd received, in total, 4 pieces of mail in his entire life, and 2 of them had been addressed to the Dursleys and accidentally delivered to his hand when Petunia was gardening. So when the owl came through the kitchen window at 7:43, a large, serious-looking barn owl that landed on the counter next to Harry's plate with the air of an entity completing an important professional obligation, Harry stared at it. It stared back. There was a letter tied to its leg. The envelope was thick cream parchment, sealed with a wax crest he didn't recognize yet. His name was written across the front in green ink with handwriting that was almost architectural in its precision. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging Surrey. The owl extended its leg toward him. It had an air of immense patience about it, the kind of patience that came from being certain the letter would be taken eventually. Harry untied it. The explosion, when it came, was not metaphorical. He had just broken the wax seal, had just pressed his thumb to the crest and felt the parchment open under his hands with a whisper like old pages in a library, when something happened that had never happened to him before. Or rather, something happened around him. A feeling like pressure dropping before a storm, a deep harmonic hum that he felt in his sternum more than heard with his ears, and then, every wand in number 4, Privet Drive, shattered. There were none, of course. The Dursleys had no wands. But 15 miles away in the briefcase of a ministry surveillance wizard who'd been parked on Magnolia Crescent for 3 days as part of the trace monitoring rotation, a wand of 12 inches, hornbeam and dragon heartstring, exploded into fine powder between his fingers. In Diagon Alley, where the morning staff at Ollivander's were uncrating a new shipment, 7 wands in transit cases cracked cleanly in half as though someone had snapped a wishbone, and old Garrick Ollivander looked up from his workbench with an expression that would have frightened anyone who saw it, not fear, but the white-knuckled look of a man whose entire understanding of the world has just been quietly invalidated. In Hogwarts, in the staff room on the 4th floor, the wand lying on the table beside Phileas Flitwick's morning tea went to pieces with a sound like a champagne cork, and Flitwick caught himself on the edge of the table with both hands, eyes enormous, because he'd felt the pulse of it, the reason of it, like a note struck too deep for hearing but not too deep for knowing. Minerva McGonagall's wand did not shatter. It cracked, a single fine line running from base to tip like ice fracturing on a warming lake. She had picked it up off her desk where she'd left it beside a list of names, the incoming first years, children she'd been reviewing one by one, and she was looking at the name at the top of the list when it happened. She put the wand very carefully down. She looked at the name again. Potter, Harry James. She sat down in her chair and said nothing for quite a long time. At number 4, Privet Drive, the kitchen table cracked straight down the middle. Vernon's mug exploded. Every light bulb in the house blew out with a series of small percussive pops. The bacon in the pan turned a perfect gold brown simultaneously across every piece, and the kitchen faucet began running of its own accord. Petunia pressed herself against the counter with both hands gripping the edge, and this time there was no pretending not to notice. Dudley had knocked his chair backward getting away from the table and was currently standing in the doorway to the hallway with his back flat against the wall. Vernon had risen to his feet so fast he'd caught the tablecloth, dragging his plate halfway to the floor, and his face had gone through approximately 6 colors before settling on a kind of dark, strangled puce. Harry stood in the center of all of it, perfectly still, reading the letter. He turned the first page, then the second. His face was calm. His luminous eyes moved across the lines of careful script with something that looked, in the wreckage of the kitchen, almost like recognition. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He already knew what Hogwarts was. He had always known, in the way he'd always known that the strange things that happened around him weren't accidents, weren't coincidences, weren't symptoms of whatever wrong-headedness the Dursleys were convinced he suffered from. He'd known it the way you know the shape of a room in the dark, not by seeing it, but by the particular way sound behaved and the quality of the silence at the edges. He finished reading, folded the letter along its original creases, and set it on the counter. "What," said Vernon, in a voice that had gone dangerously quiet, "have you done?" "Nothing." Harry looked at the cracked table, the dark light bulbs, the faucet running over a sink full of sudsy breakfast water. "Nothing I did on purpose." "Don't." Vernon's finger came up. "Don't you dare stand there and," the table cracked, Harry said. "I'll fix it." "You'll fix, you can't fix, I'll fix it," Harry said again, and there was something in his voice that was not a warning, not quite a threat, just a simple and absolute statement of fact that landed in the kitchen like a stone dropped in still water. Vernon's mouth closed. The finger lowered. Petunia was looking at Harry with those pale eyes that saw too much and said too little, and for just a second something moved across her face that might have been grief. Harry picked the letter up, tucked it into his shirt pocket, and carried the bacon off the pan before it burned. Hagrid arrived at noon. Harry had known someone was coming. He'd felt it the same way he felt the change in the air before a thunderstorm, not premonition exactly, more like the world leaning slightly in a direction, and if you were paying attention, you leaned with it. He'd been sitting on the front step with his arms on his knees, watching the street, when the massive figure appeared around the corner of Privet Drive and proceeded down the pavement with the particular gravity of a man who made reality accommodate him by sheer physical existence. Half the neighborhood curtains twitched. Hagrid stopped at the gate, looked at Harry on the step, and his enormous bearded face broke into an expression of pure, uncomplicated delight. "Harry! Look at yeah, look," he stopped. He looked more carefully. Something shifted in his expression, still warm, still genuine, but with a new layer of something that might have been awe. "Ye've got Lily's eyes," he said softly. "Always heard that. Didn't understand what people meant, till now." "Are you the one who's come about the letter?" Harry asked. "Rubius Hagrid." He extended a hand the approximate size and texture of a coal shovel. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "And yeah, I am." "How'd ya know someone was comin'?" "Felt right," Harry said, and shook the hand. "You'd better come in." Inside, Hagrid surveyed the damage from the morning with the practiced eye of someone who had spent decades around magical outbursts, and said nothing about it except to himself, very quietly, under his breath, in a tone of naked respect. Vernon attempted to block the hallway. This was roughly equivalent to attempting to block a hallway with your feelings, technically a form of action, practically useless. Hagrid stepped past him with an apologetic sort of care and settled himself in the sitting room, taking up the better part of the sofa, and looked at Harry with the expression of a man who had prepared a speech and was starting to suspect it might be insufficient. "I expect ye've got questions," Hagrid said. "A few," Harry agreed. He was sitting in the armchair across from Hagrid with his legs folded under him, perfectly at ease, which seemed to unsettle Hagrid more than visible nerves would have. "Tell me about Hogwarts first. Then tell me what happened this morning. Then tell me about my parents." Hagrid blinked. That's a fair order." He looked briefly at Vernon, who had positioned himself in the doorway to the hallway with his arms crossed and his face doing something complicated. "Might be best to, they can stay," Harry said. "They already know magic is real. They've always known. Hiding it at this point seems like wasted effort." Petunia made a sound. She'd followed from the kitchen and was standing behind Vernon with her arms wrapped around herself, and the sound she made was the particular sound of something old and deliberately forgotten being dragged back into the light. She didn't speak. But she didn't leave either. So Hagrid talked. He talked about Hogwarts, about the four houses, about Quidditch and moving staircases and ghosts and the Ollery and the lake with its giant squid. He talked about Diagon Alley and what they'd need to buy. He pulled a slightly squashed birthday cake from somewhere inside his coat and set it on the coffee table, pink icing, green sugar lettering, "Happy Birthday Harry," and Harry looked at it for a moment with an expression that was harder to read than it should have been. "You made this," Harry said. "I did," Hagrid said, a touch defensively. "I know it's not, the letters are a bit, nobody's made me a birthday cake before," Harry said. "Just a fact. Quiet. No performance of sadness, no bid for sympathy, just the plain statement of a thing that was true." "Thank you, Hagrid." Hagrid's eyes went very bright. He looked away and cleared his throat roughly and said, well, several times until he'd recovered himself. Then Harry asked about the morning. The careful way Hagrid had been navigating the conversation ended there. The big man went quiet, not evasive, not hiding, just weighing things, and then he said, "What do ye know about wands?" "I know every wand in England apparently cracked or shattered this morning when I opened my letter," Harry said. "I know you knew about it before you got here, because you've been looking at my hands since you arrived, and you're not surprised, just, working up to something. Hagrid stared at him. Am I wrong? Harry asked. No, Hagrid said heavily. He leaned his elbows on his knees, which made the sofa protest dramatically, and rubbed his face with both hands. No, you're not wrong. What happened this morning, there's a word for it, actually. What ya are. What some people think ya might be. He paused. Dumbledore wants to be the one to explain it proper. Dumbledore can explain it later, Harry said pleasantly. What's the word? Hagrid looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, sovereign. The word settled in the room differently from the other words. Quieter, somehow, and heavier, the way gold is heavier than wood even when it's smaller. Harry felt something in his chest answer it, not an emotion exactly, more like the particular feeling of a word that has always been true being spoken aloud for the first time. Old magic, Hagrid continued, his voice dropping to something almost reverent despite himself. Before wands, before the ministry, before any of the stuff we built our world on, there were things that were magic. Not wielded it, not channeled it. Were it. They didn't need wands because magic was something outside of them. The High Elves. He cleared his throat. That's what the old books call them. Last one died, well, no one alive remembers when. Long time ago. But some of the oldest texts say that when a sovereign soul comes back into the world, the wands can tell, Harry said. The wands can tell, Hagrid confirmed softly. Vernon said, from the doorway, this is absolute, and then something in the quality of the room, some adjustment in the air that Harry hadn't consciously made, closed his mouth for him. Not violently. Not cruelly. The way a thick stone wall closes off the sound from outside, not hostile, just immovable. Harry looked at Hagrid. I can't use a wand, then. Ollivandr'll want to try, Hagrid said carefully. Technically. Official-like. But, honestly, Harry, I don't think it'll work. And I don't think you'll need it to. Then what do I do at Hogwarts? The curriculum is built around wand magic. Dumbledore says we'll figure it out as we go. I'm sure he does, Harry said, and his voice was dry in a way that was somehow 12 years older than he was. Has Dumbledore ever actually dealt with one of these, sovereigns, before? Hagrid's silence was its own answer. Harry nodded slowly. Then he said, when do we go to Diagon Alley? They went the next morning. Harry had spent the night in the cupboard again. It didn't occur to the Dursleys to offer him Dudley's second bedroom, and it didn't occur to Harry to ask for it. He lay on his cot with his hands folded on his chest, looking at the underside of the stairs, and let himself feel the thing that had been building in him all day. It wasn't fear. He wanted to be clear with himself about that, alone in the dark where there was no performance required. It wasn't fear. It was more like standing at the top of a very high place and knowing that jumping wasn't the danger was landing wrong. Something in him was waking up. Something older than the body he was wearing, something that recognized the word sovereign the way a key recognizes a lock. And he didn't know yet what that meant. He didn't know what he was capable of, or what the limits were, or whether the limits were even meaningful. He fell asleep to the sound of Privet Drive's ordinary darkness, and he dreamed of forests that predated roads. Hagrid collected him at 8, and they took the night bus to London, which was an experience Harry found more amusing than harrowing, the lurching, pneumatic violence of the trip, the way Hagrid gripped both armrests with white knuckles while Harry watched the street's concertina past the window with bright, easy interest. "You've never been on before," Hagrid observed, watching him. "No. But it makes sense." Harry turned from the window. "If you need to get somewhere fast and normal transport won't do, you borrow a bus that doesn't follow normal rules. Simple. Most first-timers are terrified." Harry looked back at the window. Most first-timers haven't had 11 years of strange things happening around them without explanation. This is fairly low on the list. He said it without complaint, without self-pity, just as a statement of relative calibration, and Hagrid looked at him with that expression again, the layered one, warmth and sorrow and something older than both. Diagon Alley hit Harry the way he suspected it was supposed to hit every first-generation wizard, like a door opening onto a world that had been there all along, breathing just behind the ordinary. The leaky cauldron's dim interior with its smoke-stained beams and its patrons who moved like they had nowhere to be and all the time to get there. The brick wall that moved. The cascade of the alley opening up beyond. But it hit him differently too. Because the alley noticed him. Not visibly, nothing dramatic, not at first. But as Harry walked out of the archway and into the morning bustle of Diagon Alley, there was a ripple. The kind of thing that happened at the edge of a crowd when something significant entered, heads turned, not all at once, not with fanfare, but with the involuntary reflex of people whose magic was, on some level, older than their education. A witch buying potion supplies looked up and frowned, not unfriendly, but uncertain. An old wizard in a patched robe stopped walking mid-stride and turned his head like a man who'd heard his name called across a busy street. A trio of children tugged on their parents' sleeves and pointed at nothing in particular, because they were too young to explain what they were sensing and too honest to pretend they weren't sensing it. Hagrid kept his hand loosely near Harry's shoulder and moved them through the alley with quiet efficiency. Gringotts first, for money. The bank rose at the end of the alley like a statement. White marble and brass fixtures and goblins who moved with the precision of people who had been doing exactly this for longer than any human civilization had existed. Harry walked up the wide steps, and the goblin at the outermost door, whose job, as far as Harry had gathered, was mostly ceremonial, looked up from what he was doing, and went very, very still. Then he stepped aside and inclined his head. Not the polite, minimal acknowledgement reserved for human customers. A formal inclination, head down, hand flat to chest. The gesture of one who recognizes rank. Harry looked at him. "Thank you," he said, quietly but directly, and the goblin looked back up with eyes that were sharp as flint and complicated as old contracts. Inside, it was worse. Better. Both. The goblins behind the long counter did their jobs with meticulous efficiency, but Harry could see the awareness moving through them like current through water, the small exchanged glances, the fractional pauses in movement, the way the nearest goblin to the door watched him cross the marble floor with an expression that wasn't hostile or servile but something else entirely. Something that looked, from a certain angle, like recognition. Hagrid handled the human business of it, the key, the cart, the vertiginous descent to the vault, but when they were standing in the cavern before the small vault that had held the Potter family's reserves, Harry turned and looked down the tunnel behind them and said, quietly, "There's another vault." Hagrid blinked. "Well, there are lots of, deeper," Harry said. "Much deeper. Older than the bank." The silence that followed was not Hagrid's silence. The goblin who had driven their cart, Griphook, he'd said when Hagrid introduced them, which Harry had noted with the attentiveness he applied to all names, was looking at Harry with an expression so carefully arranged as to communicate nothing, which was its own kind of communication. "You know what I'm talking about," Harry said to Griphook. Griphook's jaw moved slightly. "Then, there is a vault," he said, and each word came out with the deliberateness of a stone placed exactly so, registered in a name that has not been spoken in this bank for 3,000 years. It has not been claimed. It cannot be opened by any key we hold. A pause. "We have been waiting." "For what?" Harry asked. "For someone whose magic opened the door," Griphook said, "simply by being in the building." Harry looked down the tunnel for a moment. Then he looked at Hagrid. "We'll come back for that," he said. "After Hogwarts letters are sorted." He said it the way someone says we'll have the roof fixed before winter, matter of fact, future tense, completely certain. Hagrid made a sound that was part wonder and part the noise a man makes when he realizes the task he was given was significantly larger than the description suggested. They got Harry's school money. They bought robes. The witch at Madame Malkin's was efficient and professional and only looked at Harry twice with that small uncertain frown, and books, and cauldrons, and the various other requirements of a first year. The used bookshop was a particular highlight. Harry moved through it slowly, pulling volumes and reading spine text and setting them back or tucking them under his arm with the speed of someone who read differently than most people, faster and more absolutely, like the words went somewhere specific and stayed there. He picked up 3 books that weren't on the school list. Hagrid looked at them: A History of Magic Before Merlin, The Sovereign Courts, Mythology or Record, and a very slim, very old volume with no title on the spine that Harry had found wedged between 2 shelves at knee height, its cover the dark green of deep water. "Those aren't, I know," Harry said, and paid for them himself with the coin still warm from the vault. Ollivander's was last. The shop had that particular quality of a space that has been the same for so long it's become something other than a room, a pressure, a density, the feeling of 10,000 decisions layered into the air. Old Ollivander himself appeared from the back the way smoke appears from a candle, a slight man, pale-eyed, with the quality of someone who had thought about one thing for so long that the thought had gotten inside him and started rearranging the furniture. He looked at Harry, and his moon-pale eyes went immediately to the scar, then immediately to the eyes, then went very still. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. "I heard what happened yesterday morning." He looked down at Harry's hands. "I felt it." He looked back up. "Every wand in my shop cracked. 14 of them. They're in a bin in the back." "I'm sorry about your wands," Harry said, and meant it straightforwardly. Ollivander made a gesture that dismissed the loss as irrelevant. "May I?" He held out his hand. Harry offered his own, and the wand maker turned it palm up, palm down, pressed 2 fingers briefly to the inside of Harry's wrist, and then stepped back with an expression of intense professional absorption. "Try one," he said. "For my own understanding. Not because I expect it to work, I don't, but I'd like to see what it does." He brought out a wand, 10.5 inches, elm, phoenix feather. He set it on the counter between them. Harry looked at it for a moment, then picked it up. The wand vibrated once, like a tuning fork struck, a clear, high note, and then the wood split along the grain in a slow, clean line from handle to tip, parting like a book being opened. The phoenix feather inside caught a single spark of gold light and then went dark. Ollivander stared at it. "Again," he said softly, already reaching for another. "Then, no. No, I understand." He looked at Harry with those ancient pale eyes, and what was in them was not fear. It was reverence and grief and the specific ache of a man confronted with beautiful proof that his life's work was, in the most literal sense, beside the point. "You don't need a wand," he said. "No," Harry agreed. "You'll do it bare," Ollivander said. "The old way. The way before all of this." He gestured at his shop, the thousands of boxes, the catalogue of cores and woods and lengths and flexibilities. This, the gesture again, was always a accommodation. A translation. Magic through a medium because the pure thing was, too much. Too direct. He stopped. He looked at Harry. "It's you, isn't it? The Sovereign." "That's what they're calling it," Harry said. "I've had that book for 40 years, Ollivander said softly. The Sovereign Courts. The history. I bought it at an estate sale. I read it every few years. I thought," he laughed, a small, hollow sound. "I thought it was mythology." Harry pulled the slim dark green volume from the bag with his other purchases and set it on the counter. This was in the used bookshop. In the gap between 2 shelves. Ollivander stared at it. His hand moved toward it and stopped. "I've never seen that edition," he whispered. "I think," Harry said carefully, "that some things end up where they're supposed to be." He picked up his bags, nodded to Ollivander with genuine respect, and left. Outside, Hagrid was waiting with 2 ice creams, one of which was enormous. He held out the normal-sized one and looked at Harry's face and said nothing for a moment. "You all right?" he asked finally. Harry took the ice cream. He stood in the afternoon light of Diagon Alley, the alley still quietly aware of him in its peripheral way, and thought about the question seriously. Yes, he said. I think I'm more all right than I've ever been. He looked at the ice cream. Strawberry. When Ollivander said the word. Bear magic. The old way. He paused. It didn't feel like something new. It felt like something I was told to forget. Hagrid was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore's gonna want to talk to ya, he said. Before term. He seemed to be searching for diplomatic language. Concerned, Harry supplied. Concerned, Hagrid agreed. He's building a picture of who I am, Harry said pleasantly. Trying to work out how to manage the situation. I understand. He licked the ice cream. He's welcome to try. Hagrid made that sound again, the part wonder, part this is bigger than I was briefed sound, and they walked back through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron, and the alley's awareness moved with Harry like a tide following the moon, patient and absolute and entirely out of anyone's control. The letter from Dumbledore arrived 2 days later. It was courteous, gracious, and very carefully worded in the way that extremely intelligent people word things when they're trying to establish the terms of a relationship without appearing to do so. It expressed delight at Harry's acceptance to Hogwarts, acknowledged the unusual circumstances of his magical nature, and suggested that a meeting before term might be beneficial, to discuss Harry's particular needs and the ways in which Hogwarts might best support him. Harry read it at the kitchen table while Dudley ate cereal and Petunia did the washing up. He read it twice, appreciating the craft of it. Then he turned it over and wrote on the back in neat, slightly unusual lettering, "Thank you for your letter. I look forward to Hogwarts. I have everything I need. See you in September. H.P." He sent it back with Dumbledore's owl. That evening, Petunia came to the cupboard door. Harry heard her stop in the hallway, the familiar pattern of her footsteps and where they hesitated, and waited. She knocked, once. "Come in," he said. She opened the door and looked at him on his cot with his books, and for a long moment said nothing. Her eyes moved over his face with that new expression, the grief-adjacent one, and then to the 3 books beside him, and then back. "Your mother," she said. Then stopped. Harry waited. "Lily could do things," Petunia said. "Before Hogwarts. Before wands. Strange things." Her voice was tight with the effort of saying something that had lived behind her teeth for a decade. I always thought it was just her. That she was just, different." A pause. "She never broke anything. Her magic was gentle. Flowers and light. Her mouth pressed thin. Yours is different." "Yes," Harry said. "She'd have known what to say to you," Petunia said, and the words came out rougher than she'd intended, scraped raw somewhere in the middle. "She was better at, I was never good at," she stopped again. "Aunt Petunia," Harry said. Just her name. He said it without anger, without warmth, without anything performative, just recognition. Just acknowledgement that she was there and he saw her. She blinked. Her jaw worked once. "Good night," she said, and pulled the door closed, and her footsteps went back down the hallway in the careful measured way of a woman carrying something breakable. Harry sat for a moment with the books in his lap and the dark around him and thought about what it meant that magic was not a thing he did but a thing he was. He thought about Griphook's inclined head and Ollivander's careful reverence and the alley's subtle awareness and the way Hagrid's voice had gone soft on the word sovereign like it was something holy. He thought about 3,000 years of silence. He thought about waking up. He opened the slim green book and began to read, and the words on the first page were in a script he'd never studied and understood immediately, the way you understand something you've always known, to the one who returns, the world you built is still standing. Come and see what they've done with it. Harry read until the candle burned down, and when the dark came, he welcomed it like an old room, and slept without dreaming. Chapter 2, Diagon, Unbound, the vault was deeper than the mine shafts that descended beneath Gringotts' known levels, deeper than the reinforced tunnels where the high-security accounts slumbered behind dragon fire and enchantments that rewrote themselves every hour. Griphook had said 3,000 years, but standing at the entrance to the cart system at 7 in the morning on a grey London Tuesday, Harry thought the number felt conservative. He'd come alone. Hagrid didn't know. The Dursleys didn't know. Dumbledore certainly didn't know, though Harry suspected that before the day was over, the headmaster would know something had happened. He struck Harry as a man with very good intelligence networks and the particular vigilance of someone who had learned to watch certain names closely. Harry had simply caught the night bus at 6:30, walked into the leaky cauldron before Tom the barman had finished his first cup of tea, tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, and presented himself at Gringotts' doors at opening time with the polite expectation of someone conducting entirely routine business. The goblin at the outer door, the same one from 2 days ago, had inclined his head again before Harry reached the top step. Inside, Griphook was already waiting. This was notable because Harry hadn't sent word. He'd simply arrived. But Griphook stood at the end of the main counter with a set of credentials already checked and his cart keys already in hand, and looked at Harry with those flint-sharp eyes and said, "We expected you." "I expect you did," Harry said. "There are protocols," Griphook said. "There are always protocols." The vault in question was placed under conditions that required verification of identity before any approach was permitted. "What kind of verification?" "Your presence in this building yesterday caused 6 of the security enchantments on the vault's access tunnel to dissolve," Griphook said. "They had been in place since the vault was established. Their dissolution was stipulated in the original agreement as the verification condition." Harry absorbed this. "Someone planned for me to come back." "Someone," Griphook said, in the tone of a goblin who chose words with the care of a jeweler setting stones, "planned for you specifically. They took 2 carts. The first was the ordinary customer cart, the one Harry had ridden with Hagrid, which took them down through the familiar upper tunnels to the level where the Potter vault sat, and then continued past it, into sections Harry hadn't seen, where the tunnel walls stopped being cut stone and became something older. Natural rock. The kind of rock that hadn't been shaped by tools but had simply been there since whatever geological event had decided this was where London would eventually stand. The second cart was waiting at the bottom of a shaft so deep that Harry couldn't see the opening above them once they descended. It was smaller, older, made of a dark metal he didn't recognize, and the rails it sat on weren't iron but something greenish-black that hummed at a frequency he felt in his back molars. Griphook sat beside him in this cart and did not speak. The tunnel they traveled was straight. Most of Gringotts' tunnels wound and doubled back in deliberate disorientation, a security measure, Harry had gathered, as much for the goblins' benefit as against thieves. This one went straight and slightly downward, and the walls on either side held carvings that Harry looked at as they passed. Not runes. Not any alphabet he'd seen in the books he'd bought. Images, mostly, scenes from something, tall figures in flowing lines with a quality of motion even in stone, and trees that were unmistakably ancient, and stars in configurations he would need to think about carefully later. And at intervals, smaller carvings of a single symbol, a circle with a line through it, and 4 points equidistant on the circumference, and at each point a different element rendered in miniature. Earth. Water. Air. Fire. The 5th point was at the center of the circle and its element was light. He'd seen this symbol in his sleep, though he hadn't remembered it until now. The cart stopped. The door was not dramatic. It was proportionate in a way that nothing built for human use had ever quite managed, height and width in a ratio that felt correct in a way he couldn't quantify, like hearing a chord resolve. It was made of something that looked at first like dark metal and looked on second look like compressed wood, ancient, densely grained, almost black with age. The 5-point symbol was carved into it at chest height, and it was the size of his hand. There was no lock. No keyhole. No handle. Harry stepped out of the cart and walked to the door and put his palm flat against the symbol. The door opened the way held breath releases, completely, immediately, without drama or ceremony, just the instant transition from closed to open. The vault beyond was not what vaults usually were. He'd expected gold. He'd expected the glittering accumulated wealth of an ancient life, the dragon-guarded treasure of mythology. Instead, the room beyond the door was cool and still and smelled of green things, and the light inside it came from no visible source, a soft, even silver white that made everything visible without casting shadows. The floor was flat stone, the walls bare. And in the center of the room, arrayed on a low circular table that was made of the same dark ancient wood as the door, were 7 items. Harry walked to the table. The first was a ring, plain band, dark metal, the 5-point symbol engraved on the inner surface where it would press against the skin. The second was a small journal, the cover the deep green of everything associated with him since birth, bound with a strap of braided leather. The third was a pendant on a fine chain, a teardrop of something that looked like frozen light, neither glass nor stone but something else, something that moved internally like oil on water but faster, more alive. The fourth was a seed, just a seed, small and dark, sitting in a tiny clay cup. The fifth was a folded piece of cloth, impossibly light, a silver gray that shifted to other colors at the edge of vision. The sixth was a dagger with no edge, the blade smooth on both sides, the handle carved with more of the unfamiliar script. The seventh was a sealed letter. Harry picked up the letter last, after he'd looked carefully at everything else. The seal was the 5-point symbol in green wax. He opened it, and the script inside was the same as the green book from the used bookshop, the one he'd understood without having learned. You will not remember everything at once. This is by design, not by accident. The soul that returns carries what it needs for each moment and retrieves the rest when the moment requires it. Do not be impatient with yourself. You are not incomplete. The ring will not make you more powerful. You are already what you are. It will help the things that remember you to recognize you faster. The journal is blank. It will not stay that way. The pendant is a gift from the Stone Courts, the dwarves of the northern deeps, who were allies in the Third Age and asked to leave something for your return. It will protect against things that seek to enter the mind uninvited. The seed is from the greenwood. You will know where to plant it when the time comes. The cloth is a speaking garment. It changes to suit what the wearer needs the world to see. Not deception, clarity. It shows what is true about you, and truth changes with context. The dagger has no edge because it is not a weapon. It is a key. You will know what lock it opens. You are not here to restore what was. The world moved on. That was always the plan. You are here because the world built something on the old foundations and has begun to forget that foundations matter. You are here to remind it. Come home. Harry stood in the vault for a long moment, reading the letter twice more. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket, and put on the ring, and put the pendant around his neck, and tucked the journal and the cloth into the bag he'd brought, and held the seed in its clay cup carefully, and picked up the dagger and turned it over once before placing it in the bag as well. He looked at the table, now empty. He looked at the room. "Thank you," he said. The light in the vault shifted once, a single breath of warmth, and went still again. Griphook said nothing on the ride back. But at the top of the second shaft, when they transferred to the normal cart and began the ascent toward daylight, the goblin spoke once. "The pendant," he said, looking at the teardrop of frozen light at Harry's throat. "The Stone Courts made that 400 years before Gringotts was established. They gave it to us to hold until the right person came." He paused. "We've never been asked to hold anything for 400 years before. Was it a problem?" Harry asked. "No," Griphook said. "We are very good at holding things." Harry looked at him. "Thank you, Griphook. For waiting." The goblin's expression didn't change. But something in it adjusted, an almost imperceptible softening, the kind that happened when an ancient and dignified creature was acknowledged correctly and chose not to make anything of it. "The account was established in the name Elindra," Griphook said carefully. The balance, with 3,000 years of standard interest, we can discuss that another time, Harry said. I don't need it yet. No, Griphook agreed. But it is there. They came back into the main hall of Gringotts, and the morning had gotten properly started. The bank was fuller now, a dozen customers at the counter, goblins moving between stations with crisp efficiency. Harry walked through it toward the door, and the quiet wave of awareness moved through the room again, but it was different from 2 days ago. 2 days ago it had been instinctive, unconscious, magic recognizing magic. Now it was more specific. Heads turned and there was something more in the look, something more intentional, and Harry suspected it had to do with the ring on his hand, which was doing exactly what the letter had promised. One goblin, older, with the particular weathering of extreme age even by goblin standards, had stopped completely at his teller window and was staring at Harry with an expression of naked, complicated emotion. Harry made note of him for later and kept walking. Outside, Diagon Alley had been awake for 2 hours and was settling into its mid-morning rhythm. Harry bought a pasty from a cart near the entrance to Nocturne Alley. He'd walked to the boundary of it out of curiosity and felt the difference in the air immediately, the particular quality of magic used mostly in anger and fear and desperation, which had its own character, acrid and pressurized, and ate it on a bench near Gringotts steps, watching the alley go about its business. He was thinking about the pendant. Protect against things that seek to enter the mind uninvited. He'd been thinking about that line since the vault. Because something had been trying to enter his mind for years, not regularly, not consciously in any way he could articulate, but there were moments, at the edges of sleep, in the depths of fever, when he'd felt something at the edge of his awareness that wasn't his own thought. He'd never had a name for it. He had one now. He was still thinking about it when the girl sat down beside him. She arrived with the particular energy of someone whose internal monologue ran faster than her external speed, dropping onto the bench beside him with a pile of books larger than sensible and her hair in a state of total defiance of the concept of brushing. She was clearly Muggle-born or raised, her clothes were Muggle, her boots were Muggle, she was reading a book at high velocity while simultaneously managing the stack beside her, which was the behavior of someone who had learned to read in libraries and on public transport and did not consider stillness a prerequisite. She glanced at him, glanced at his pasty, glanced back at her book. Then glanced at him again with the sharpened focus of someone who had noticed something and intended to identify it. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "I know because I've read a history of magic and the rise and fall of the dark arts and notable magical names of our time," she said. "Your description is in all three. Green eyes, black hair, lightning scar." Her own eyes had dropped briefly to his forehead, where the scar sat, and then moved efficiently away, respecting his personhood without making a fuss about it. "I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. I'm starting at Hogwarts in September, same as you, presumably." "Presumably," Harry said. "Sit down." "I am sitting down," she pointed out. "I mean properly," he said. "You look like you're about to run." She looked at herself, apparently conceded the point, and settled more fully onto the bench. Her book went on to the top of the stack. She had the look of someone who could sit completely still only when a problem interested her sufficiently, and apparently Harry currently qualified. "I've heard something strange happened," she said, with the directness of a person who considered social preamble a waste of everyone's time. "With wands. Something happened to wands." "Yesterday morning," Harry said. "And it was you," she said. Not accusatory. Analytical. "Because wands have been fine for everyone else since. My parents were in here yesterday afternoon looking for a bag, not magical but the shop is here, and nothing was unusual." "It was me," Harry agreed. "When I opened my Hogwarts letter." She chewed on this for a moment. "You don't have a wand," she said, looking at his hands, which were holding the pasty and nothing else. "No. Because wands don't work for you. They break," he said, with the slight precision of someone making an important distinction. "It's not that they don't work. They recognize something and then they can't hold the recognition." She turned this over visibly. Like a cup, she said. If you try to put too much in a cup, it breaks instead of overflowing, yes. He looked at her. You're fast. I read everything, she said, simply, as though this explained it completely, which it mostly did. So how do you do magic without a wand? I don't know yet, he said. I know I can. I've always done things accidentally. But the mechanics of doing it consciously, deliberately, he stopped. I think I need to remember something. The knowledge is there, it's just, not accessible yet. She was quiet for a moment with the quality of thought that had genuine mass to it, the kind of silence that was actually working. The books describe it, she said finally. Magic without instruments. The theoretical literature calls it primal thaumaturgy, but that's a modern term. I think it was probably called something else originally. She frowned. Most of the sources treat it as mythology. But the physical constants described are internally consistent, which mythology usually isn't. Details invented for a story tend to contradict each other. These don't. Harry looked at her. She was the most immediately interesting person he'd met in 11 years, which was not a low bar given that he'd been spending time with Hagrid. What are you buying today? He asked. She gestured at the stack. I've already bought these. I'm waiting for my parents to finish in Madame Malkin's. We went in together but there were enough people that the fitting was going to take a while and I'd read most of what I wanted to read about what we'll need and there was this bench. She said all of this in approximately one breath. Harry picked up the top book from her stack. Turned it over. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, the standard issue text. He set it down and picked up the one beneath. Hogwarts, a history. He turned to the index, found the entry he was looking for, and read for 40 seconds. Did you know, he said, that Hogwarts was built on an older foundation? Yes, she said immediately. Chapter 7. The founders apparently chose the site because it already had magical properties. The theory in the text is that it's a natural convergence point for ley lines, but the academic consensus is that ley lines as a concept are oversimplified and the actual mechanism is, not natural, Harry said. She stopped. Not natural. Not spontaneous, he said. Those properties were there because someone built something there before. The convergence isn't accidental. She looked at him with sharpened focus. How do you know that? He held up the slim green book from his bag. She looked at the title, which wasn't visible because there was no title on the spine, and said, "What is that?" "Something I found in a used bookshop that was waiting to be found," he said. "I'll lend it to you, eventually. When I'm done with it." She looked like this was simultaneously a gift and an insult, the way it would be to someone who read at the speed she did. "I can finish it today," she said. "I know," he said. "That's why I said eventually." She narrowed her eyes at him, and he smiled, the first full smile that had appeared on his face in the entire story so far, real and quick and slightly wicked, and she clearly fought the answering one and lost. "Hermione." A woman's voice from across the alley, Hermione's mother, waving from the door of Madame Malkin's, the easy wave of a civilian in a strange country, cheerful and slightly uncertain. Hermione gathered her books with impressive speed, then paused. "Will you be on the Hogwarts Express?" September 1st. "Yes," Harry said. "I'll find you," she said, and then amended, "or you'll be easy to find. From what I've read." She glanced at his eyes, the luminous green, and the pendant at his throat, and the ring, and said nothing about any of them with the politeness of someone who had been told it was rude to stare at people's injuries and had applied this rule more broadly than intended. "Goodbye, Harry." "Goodbye, Hermione," he said. He watched her cross the alley, weaving between a pair of wizards arguing about broom maintenance and a floating cart of cauldrons with the instinctive pedestrian competence of someone raised in a city, and disappear into Madame Malkin's. He sat for another moment, finishing his pasty, and decided that September was going to be considerably more interesting than July. The Ministry owl arrived at Privet Drive on Wednesday. It was a different owl from the Hogwarts post, bureaucratic, somehow, even in its burdenness, with the air of a civil servant performing a function. The letter it carried was on Ministry of Magic stationery, formal and official, and it was addressed to Harry. Technically it was addressed to Mr. H, Potter or Guardian, which Harry took to mean they weren't sure of the protocol. He opened it at the kitchen table. Vernon watched from behind his newspaper with the studied inattention of a man pretending very hard to be somewhere else. The letter was from a Mr. Bartemius Crouch Sr., Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and it was politely but unmistakably a summons. The ministry, it explained, wished to discuss with Harry and his guardian the unprecedented magical event of July 31st and the necessary regulatory considerations arising therefrom. The tone was the one used by institutions when they wanted to appear helpful while actually doing something else. Harry recognized it because Petunia used the same tone when she wanted him to do chores that benefited her. The proposed date was a week away. The location was the Ministry of Magic. The invitation, and it took some care to call it an invitation while making it clear it wasn't actually optional, was accompanied by 2 portkeys labeled with times and enchanted to activate when held at the appointed hour. Harry set the letter down. He thought about what the vault letter had said. You are here because the world built something on the old foundations and has begun to forget that foundations matter. He thought about the ministry, an institution that had presumably been built on layers of other institutions going back to whatever happened after the last of the High Elves disappeared from history. An institution that controlled, among other things, wand use. Who regulated what kind of magic was permitted and how it was performed and by whom. An institution that had been informed, yesterday or the day before, that an 11-year-old boy existed who was entirely outside their jurisdiction by nature and didn't need a wand permit because he didn't need a wand. He could understand why they wanted a meeting. He pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote his own reply in the neat unusual script that was becoming natural to him now. Dear Mr. Crouch, thank you for the ministry's invitation. I will attend the proposed meeting on the proposed date. I will be coming alone, as I am capable of navigating the meeting without a guardian's assistance. I have some questions of my own I would like to discuss. Regards, Harry Potter. He sent it back with the ministry owl, and Vernon, from behind his newspaper, said nothing, and Harry made himself a cup of tea and went back to the green book, which was revealing itself page by page in the way that genuinely ancient writing did, not all at once, not in a straight line, but circumstantially, showing what it judged to be relevant as the situation developed. Today's pages were about sovereignty. Not about being a king or a lord. He'd half expected that, the human trappings of authority, the courts and armies and declarations. Instead the pages described something more fundamental. Sovereignty as the condition of something that governed itself absolutely, not in opposition to other things but prior to them. The way gravity wasn't a rule the universe followed so much as a thing the universe was. The way water wasn't wet because it decided to be. A sovereign wasn't powerful because they'd accumulated power. They were powerful because power was what they were made of, the same way a mountain was tall because that was its nature, and you didn't argue a mountain into being shorter. He read this 3 times and felt it arranging itself into something he'd always known but never had words for. The ministry meeting happened on a Thursday, in a room on the 4th floor that had almost certainly been designed to be intimidating, high ceilings, a long table, chairs on one side for officials and a single chair on the other for whoever was being discussed. Harry sat in the single chair with his bag in his lap and looked at the 4 people across from him with calm, genuine attention. Bartemius Crouch Sr. was exactly what his letter had suggested, efficient, formal, with the compressed effect of a man who had long since decided that feeling things was an inefficiency he couldn't afford. He had sharp eyes and a slightly receding hairline and the contained dignity of someone who had run a department with an iron competence for decades. He was not stupid. Harry noted this immediately. Beside him was a pink-robed witch with a clipboard who introduced herself as Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, and smiled at Harry with the smile of a person who used smiles the way archers used arrows. She had not yet spoken a real sentence. The third figure was older, a wizard Harry didn't know, with a patient academic quality who turned out to be Professor Tiberius Ogden from the Wisengamot, there apparently in some oversight capacity. He was the only one who looked at Harry without an agenda visible in his face. The fourth was Albus Dumbledore. He was exactly as described, tall, unhurried, the white beard and the half-moon spectacles and the robes that suggested someone whose understanding of color had its own philosophy. He sat at the end of the table with the quality of someone who was here as a courtesy and could leave at any moment, and everyone present knew it. His blue eyes found Harry immediately, and what was in them was layered in a way that Harry appreciated even as he evaluated it. There was warmth there, genuine warmth, he was fairly sure. And intelligence. And something else, behind both, that was the very careful attention of a man doing rapid calculations. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "It's good to finally meet you." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "And you?" Crouch opened a folder. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for attending. As I explained in my letter, the Ministry has some concerns following the magical event of July 31st, you can call it what it was," Harry said. "Every wand in Britain cracked or shattered." "I know." A small pause. "Yes," Crouch said. "Quite. The scale of the disruption was significant. The Ministry's Wand Regulation Office is still compiling the full inventory. In the interim, we have some questions about the nature of your magical ability and how it can be safely managed," Harry said. "Regulated," Crouch said. The distinction was important to him, Harry could tell. "I don't require regulation," Harry said, pleasantly. "I'm not using an unregistered wand. I'm not using a wand at all." "That's precisely the issue," Umbridge said, and her voice was high and soft in the particular way that things that aren't actually sweet are. "The Wand Regulation Act of 1631 requires that all magical activity in Britain be conducted through a minister-registered instrument except in cases of accidental underage magic, which is what the event on July 31st was," Harry said. "Accidental underage magic. On a scale is not a variable in the Act," Harry said. "You might want to note that for your record." He looked at her briefly and without hostility. "The Act specifies accidental underage magical discharge, with no upper limit on magnitude, as exempt from regulation. I turned 11. My magic responded. It was accidental." He paused. "And I imagine that going forward it will not be accidental, which means the Act's exemption won't apply, but also means it won't be uncontrolled, which is what you're actually worried about." Umbridge's smile had become fixed in the way smiles become fixed when they're performing a function the face doesn't agree with. Dumbledore had not spoken since his greeting. He was watching Harry with an expression of interested attention, and his fingers were interlaced on the table in front of him, and he was very, very still. Crouch said, "The Ministry would feel more comfortable if there were some framework." "I understand that," Harry said. "Institutions feel more comfortable with frameworks. That's what institutions are for. But I'd like to make something clear, Mr. Crouch, so we're not wasting anyone's time." He looked at Crouch directly. "I am going to Hogwarts in September. I am going to learn everything I can there. I will not be a disruption. I have no interest in using my abilities to harm anyone or to destabilize anything. I'm 11 years old and I want an education." A pause. "However," he continued, "I am also not going to submit to restrictions on magic I do naturally and cannot help doing, the way you can't submit to a restriction on having a heartbeat. If the Ministry would like to discuss parameters and reasonable expectations, I'm genuinely happy to do that. If the Ministry would like to attach conditions to my attendance at a school I've already been accepted to, I'd suggest that conversation with Professor Dumbledore about the limits of Ministry jurisdiction over Hogwarts." He looked at Dumbledore as he said the last part. Dumbledore's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, and what moved through his eyes, just for a moment, was not surprise exactly, but something adjacent to it. A recalibration. Crouch looked at his folder for a moment. "You're very confident for someone your age," he said, and it wasn't an insult but it wasn't a compliment, just an observation. "I know," Harry said, and smiled. "It's a personal quality. I'm working on it. The meeting lasted another 40 minutes, and by the end of it nothing had been formally agreed and nothing had been formally denied, and Crouch had the careful expression of a man who had gone in expecting to set terms and had come out with something more like an understanding, which was different and less comfortable. Umbridge had said 12 more things that sounded like pleasantries and were actually something else, and Harry had been entirely polite to all of them. As people gathered themselves to leave, Dumbledore remained seated. "Harry," he said, when the others had moved toward the door. "Might I have a moment?" Harry had been expecting this. "Of course, Professor." The room cleared. Dumbledore looked at Harry across the table's length, and Harry looked back, and for a moment they were simply looking at each other with the particular attention of two people who were both trying to understand the scope of what was in front of them. "You're not what I expected," Dumbledore said. "What did you expect?" Harry asked. "A child, mostly," Dumbledore said. "A remarkable one, given everything, but a child." He paused. "You are, of course, a child. And you are, of course, remarkable. But there is something else." "There is," Harry agreed. "I've read what there is to read," Dumbledore said. "About what you might be. I should tell you that most of my colleagues consider it mythology." "I know," Harry said. "What do you consider it?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "I consider it," he said carefully, "the most significant event in the magical world in 3,000 years, standing in front of me in a second-hand shirt, telling Bartemius Crouch that scale is not a variable in the Wand Regulation Act." He paused, and something that was actually warm moved through his expression. "And I find myself in the unusual position of not knowing what to do with that." Harry appreciated the honesty of this considerably. "You want to guide me," he said. "You want to make sure things go the right way. I understand that. I'm not angry about it." "But," Dumbledore said. "But I'm going to be fine," Harry said. "I don't need guiding. I need teaching. There's a difference." He picked up his bag. "I'd like to learn from you. Genuinely. You know things I don't know. There are people in that school I'd like to meet, things I'd like to understand. I'm not here to be a problem." He stood. "But I'm also not manageable. So if we can find the shape of a relationship that doesn't require you to manage me, I think we'll get along very well." He extended his hand. Dumbledore looked at it, and then stood and took it, and the handshake was between equals, which was either audacious or simply accurate depending on how you measured these things, and the expression on Dumbledore's face suggested he was performing that measurement in real time. "September, then," Dumbledore said. "September," Harry agreed. He walked out of the ministry, through the atrium, out onto the street into the grey London afternoon, and took a breath of air that tasted of bus exhaust and rain-wet pavement and the distant green of the parks, and thought about foundations and what you built on them. The ring on his finger caught the flat grey light and held it for a moment longer than it should have. Then he headed for the bus stop, the green book already open in his hand, and London moved around him, ordinary and ancient and entirely unaware that something had just stirred in its depths. Chapter 3, The Train, the Castle, the Crown. September 1st arrived the way important days always did, unremarkably at first, the morning grey and damp, the kind of weather that made London look like it was still deciding whether to exist. Harry was up at 5, not from nerves but from the particular alertness that came when something significant was close enough to feel. He sat on his cot with the green book in his lap and the pendant cool against his sternum and listened to Privet Drive wake itself up one ordinary sound at a time. He had one trunk. It wasn't large. He'd packed with the economy of someone who understood that the weight of things was mostly in what you assigned to them, not in the objects themselves, the books, the items from the vault, 2 changes of clothes that actually fit because he'd spent some of his own vault money in Diagon Alley on a second visit without Hagrid, and the school things. He'd left the cupboard tidy. Not out of any particular feeling for the place, but because leaving things messy felt like a statement, and he wasn't interested in statements directed at people who already knew how he felt. Petunia made breakfast without being asked. Properly, eggs, toast, orange juice, the full effort. She set it in front of him and stood back and looked at the table instead of at him. Vernon had taken Dudley to a friend's house the previous evening and not come back, which was its own kind of statement, but Harry had no particular feelings about that either. Dudley had managed, in the last month, to avoid being in the same room as Harry with impressive dedication, which had the secondary effect of making the house considerably more peaceful. "There's food in a bag," Petunia said. "For the train." Harry looked up from his plate. "You didn't need to do that." "I know," she said. He ate, and she stood at the counter with her tea and didn't say anything else, and when he finished, he washed his plate and left it on the drying rack, and picked up his trunk, and said, "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." She turned. Her jaw worked once. "Don't," she started, and then stopped, and tried again. "Be careful," she said. "Whatever you are. Be careful with it." He looked at her, really looked, the way he rarely let himself look at her because what he saw was complicated and sad and not entirely her fault. He saw the sister who had loved Lily and lost her and converted the loss into something harder because grief was too soft to live in. He saw the woman who had kept him alive, in the minimum required way, when she could have done otherwise. He saw someone who was afraid of him and had always been afraid of him and was telling him, in the only language she had available, that she didn't want him to get hurt. "I will," he said. He took the night bus to King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 was everything the alley had been and more, concentrated, vivid, the particular energy of a place where everyone present shared a secret that was actually the world. Steam from the Hogwarts Express moved through the crowd in slow theatrical rolls. Families clustered around trolleys piled with trunks and cages and telescopes and owls complaining about the steam. Children ran between adult legs. Older students moved with the particular authority of people returning to a place they owned. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier at a steady walk and stood on the platform for a moment, taking it in. The train was extraordinary, he'd expected something remarkable and it still exceeded the expectation, the scarlet engine enormous and particular, the kind of machine that didn't exist to be practical but to be true. He felt the magic in it even from 20 feet away, 3 generations of enchantments layered into the engineering, the train running on something other than coal at its heart. He was loading his trunk into a compartment near the middle of the train, easy enough alone, the trunk lighter in his hands than physics strictly required, when he heard his name. Harry. Hermione, 20 meters down the platform, navigating the crowd with her mother and father in tow and her hair in a state of determined chaos, one hand raised in a wave that was more a navigational signal than a greeting. Her parents were watching the train with the expressions of Muggle parents at Hogwarts for the first time, the particular combination of wonder and the resolute determination not to make a scene about it. She arrived beside him slightly out of breath. "I've been looking, there are a lot of people, compartments there," he said, tilting his head at the door. "I've got room." She turned to her parents. The goodbye was brief and warm and slightly tense in the way that goodbyes are when neither party is entirely sure what the other party is walking toward, and then she was hauling her trunk up the step and Harry helped her get it onto the rack and she sat down across from him and immediately produced a book. "What's that one?" he asked. "Intermediate Transfiguration." She looked up briefly. "I know it's not a first-year text." "I thought, good idea," he said. "What do you know about the founders?" She lowered the book by approximately 2 inches, which was a significant concession. "Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff. Established Hogwarts around the 10th century, argued primarily about admission criteria, specifically whether Muggle-born students should be admitted. Slytherin left over the dispute and the Chamber of Secret story stems from that. Gryffindor and Slytherin had a famously intense rivalry. The 4 houses are named for them and supposedly reflect their values." She paused. "That's the standard account. You think there's more?" "The site predates the founders by at least 2,000 years, Harry said. "The founders didn't choose a good location. They built on a foundation that was already there. The enchantments in the school, the ones described in Hogwarts, a history as the founders' work, some of them have the character of something much older that was being worked with rather than created from scratch. Hermione was fully in the conversation now, the book lowered entirely. That's not in any of the standard texts. No, Harry said. But I've been inside those older texts. He tapped his bag, where the green book sat. And I'm starting to think the founders knew what they were building on. They just didn't talk about it. Why not? Because by the 10th century, the world they'd inherited considered the High Elf era mythology, Harry said. Admitting that your school was built on elven foundations would be like a medieval king admitting his castle was built on Roman ruins. Some people would find it impressive. More people would find it unsettling. Hermione looked at him with the expression she'd been developing since Diagon Alley, the one that was partly analytical and partly something more human, the look of someone recalibrating what smart could mean. How do you know all this? She asked. I'm remembering it, he said, and said it plainly, without drama. Slowly. Not all at once. But it's there, and the more I read and the more I see, the faster it comes. She was quiet for a moment, and he could almost see the shape of her accepting this, not uncritically, not without the friction of her excellent and rigorous mind, but accepting it because the evidence was there and she was the kind of person who followed evidence regardless of where it led. The pendant, she said, looking at it at his throat. And the ring. You got those in Diagon Alley. From a vault, he said. Sealed for 3,000 years. She took a breath. I need to read the green book. You'll read it eventually, he said. You keep saying that. Because it's true. He looked out the window as the platform began to slide away, London falling backward into itself. There are things in it you'll understand better after Hogwarts than before. It meets you where you are. She made a sound of profound dissatisfaction with this timeline and opened the intermediate transfiguration text with the energy of someone redirecting frustrated curiosity into something productive. The English countryside opened up outside the window, grey-green and rain-washed, and Harry watched it move past with the feeling of a thread pulling taut, something ahead of them, something recognizing his approach, and the recognition going both ways. The trolley which came and went. Harry bought enough for two and Hermione protested briefly and ate the pumpkin pasties without further argument. 3 boys attempted to claim the compartment for older student purposes and left again in a hurry, not because Harry had said anything alarming, but because the quality of his attention when he turned it on them had something in it that people consistently found it easier to leave than to challenge. Not threatening. Just complete. The way a cliff face is just there, without menace and without give. Neville Longbottom found them an hour outside London, which is to say he fell into the compartment through the door with a small toad in his hands and an expression of such complete relief at finding a space that wasn't hostile that he almost sat on Hermione before he noticed her. Sorry, I'm looking for, this is, he looked at Harry, and the same thing happened that had been happening all summer, the double take, the refocus, the slightly uncertain quality of someone whose magic was registering something their brain hadn't caught up to. You're Harry Potter, he said. Yes, Harry said. Sit down. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. He sat, clutching the toad. This is Trevor. He keeps escaping. I've lost him 4 times since King's Cross. Trevor seems entrepreneurial, Harry said. What does he keep escaping toward? Neville blinked. That's a very good question, actually. He usually ends up near water. He's a toad, Harry said. There may be a lake at Hogwarts. There is, Hermione confirmed from behind her book. Very large. Giant squid. Neville looked at the toad with the expression of someone reassessing a relationship. I suppose I can't really blame him. He held Trevor a bit more loosely. Are you both first years? Yes, Harry said. Do you know which house you want? The question landed differently for Neville than it would have for most. Harry saw it, the slight flinch, the way the uncertainty moved through his face. My family expects Gryffindor, Neville said. My grandmother mostly. My whole family's been Gryffindor. My dad he stopped and reorganized. Both my parents were Gryffindors. Harry heard everything in that brief reorganization, though was becoming is with the quiet correction of someone who was holding something very painful very carefully. He didn't push on it. But he kept his eyes on Neville and said, "What do you think you'd be sorted into?" Neville looked like no one had ever asked him this. "I don't know," he said honestly. I'm not very brave." Harry considered this. He looked at Neville Longbottom, the round face with the earnestness in it, the grip on the toad that was gentle rather than desperate, the way he'd said my parents were Gryffindors like it was a standard he was trying to live up to and kept falling short of in his own estimation. He saw what Neville didn't see about himself, which was the quiet unmovable thing that lived under the uncertainty, the particular quality of someone who would not abandon someone else regardless of what it cost him. "Bravery isn't about not being afraid," Harry said. "Anyone can be brave when they're not afraid. It's what you do when you are afraid that counts." He paused. "You'll be Gryffindor." Neville looked at him. "How can you know that?" "Because you sat down," Harry said. "3 older boys tried to take this compartment 20 minutes ago and I looked at them and they left. You saw that happen, presumably, you'd have seen it from the corridor." He nodded at the door. "And you still knocked and came in." Neville thought about this. "I really needed somewhere to sit," he said. "That's exactly what I mean," Harry said. Hermione lowered her book to observe Neville with a look that suggested she approved of this line of reasoning, and offered him a pumpkin pasty, which Neville accepted with the gratitude of someone who hadn't eaten since London. The compartment door slid open for the 4th time, and this one was different. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway with 2 very large boys flanking him who were clearly there for architectural rather than conversational reasons. He was pale and pointed and had the quality of someone who had been told he was important from birth and had organized his entire personality around maintaining the credibility of that information. He looked at Harry with the direct appraisal of someone accustomed to having his appraisals matter. Then his eyes moved to the ring. And the pendant. And his expression did something complicated that he recovered from almost immediately, a flicker of something, recognition, or the ancestral ghost of it, that he clearly didn't understand and covered with the contempt he had ready for all occasions. "You're Potter," he said. "That's been established a few times today," Harry said. "You are." The slight, asking his name instead of knowing it, landed exactly as Harry intended, a small calibration. "Draco Malfoy," he said, and watched Harry's face for the reaction that should have followed. Nothing happened on Harry's face. "My father said I should introduce myself." "Your father sounds organized," Harry said. "Sit down if you like." Draco blinked. He had clearly not arrived expecting to be invited to sit. He looked at Neville, and his lip moved in the direction of a sneer, because Neville Longbottom was the kind of person Draco Malfoy had been trained to sneer at. Blood was fine, but the Longbottoms were associated with certain sympathies that the Malfoys had historically opposed. Then he looked at Hermione and the sneer completed itself. "I'll pass." "Suit yourself," Harry said. "I came to say," Draco said, reorganizing around a speech he'd clearly prepared, "that some of us don't think it matters that the boy who lived is famous. Blood matters more." "Interesting position," Harry said. "My family's been magical for how long?" Harry said. Draco paused. "Centuries," he said. "The magic that runs in your bloodline," Harry said, pleasantly and precisely, "is old. The Malfoy line carries genuine ancient magical heritage. I can feel it from here, actually, there's something in it that goes back much further than any genealogy your family has recorded." He watched Draco's face process this unexpected compliment with visible uncertainty. But the concept of blood purity, the idea that the worth of a magical person is determined by how many non-magical ancestors they have, that concept is less than 500 years old. The people who built the foundations of magical society, they didn't have that concept. Because they hadn't invented it yet. The compartment was very quiet. "You're saying blood doesn't matter," Draco said, and his voice had lost some of its prepared confidence and found something more genuine under it, not agreement, not yet, but the particular irritation of a belief being challenged by someone who can't easily be dismissed. "I'm saying your blood matters," Harry said. "So does hers." He tilted his head at Hermione. "The magic in her is as real as the magic in you. The difference is in how long each of your families has been part of the magical world, not in who deserves to be part of it." He looked at Draco steadily. "You know I'm right. Some part of what you inherited is old enough to know I'm right." Draco's jaw was tight. "You don't know anything about what I've inherited." "No," Harry agreed. "Not yet. But I'd like to." He said it without condescension, without strategy, just a plain statement of genuine interest, and it hit Draco like something thrown unexpectedly. He didn't know what to do with it. He'd come prepared for conflict or deference and had gotten neither, and the remaining option wasn't one he'd been briefed on. He left. The two large boys left with him, one of them giving Neville a look that Neville absorbed with a small, quiet stillness rather than a flinch, which Harry noted approvingly. "That was extraordinary," Hermione said. "He's going to think about it," Harry said. "Maybe not now. Maybe not this year. But he's going to think about it. Or he's going to hate you more," Neville offered. "That's also possible," Harry agreed. "Either way, he'll be thinking, which is better than not." Neville looked between Harry and the door and back and said, quite quietly, "Are you always like this?" "Like what?" Harry asked. Like you know exactly what you're doing and exactly why, and none of it frightens you." Harry considered this honestly. "Most things that should frighten me haven't caught up yet," he said. "When they do, I'll let you know." Neville almost smiled. It was a start. Scotland arrived at dusk, the hills first, dark against a sky that had gone deep blue-purple, and then the forest, and then the lights of Hogsmeade in the valley, and then, on the hill above it, the castle. Harry saw it and felt something shift in his chest that he didn't have a name for yet. It wasn't sentimentality. It wasn't the thrill of arrival. It was something more like a note being struck on an instrument that had been silent for a very long time, a resonance, deep and structural, the feeling of something that remembered him as clearly as he was starting to remember it. The castle sat on its hill with the comfortable authority of something that had been there since before anyone who could remember was born, and its lights in the dusk were warm and certain, and the enchantments in its stones vibrated at a frequency that Harry felt in his sternum and his back and the ring on his hand and the pendant at his throat, all at once, like a chord. Hermione, beside him at the window, said nothing for once. Just looked. Neville whispered, "Oh." The boats were managed by a Hagrid who was visibly delighted to see Harry and visibly uncertain about the correct professional demeanor given that he'd been told this was his first time meeting the boy officially. Harry shook his hand with the warmth of someone greeting an old friend, and Hagrid's face sorted itself into uncomplicated happiness, and they didn't discuss the protocol problem. The boats crossed the lake in the dark, and the castle grew as they approached, and Harry kept his eyes on it and let himself feel the recognition moving through him in long slow waves. Below the lake's surface, something large and curious moved, the giant squid, he suspected, coming to see what was coming, drawn by the same awareness that had moved through Diagon Alley, rippling outward from him like rings on water. On the shore, climbing the steps cut into the rock below the castle doors, Harry placed his hand on the stone of the wall as he passed and felt 3,000 years of history rise up through his palm like warmth. Hello, he thought, not in words exactly, more in the feeling of return. The stone hummed under his hand for exactly 1 second. He kept walking. The entrance hall was enormous and lit by torches and loud with the echoing voices of 200 years of stone. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the gathered first years with the particular uprightness of a woman who had been doing this for decades and still took it seriously, and she looked at the group of nervous 11-year-olds with the efficient assessment of someone sorting them into categories before the sorting hat had a chance to. Her eyes found Harry. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had had a hairline crack in her wand 2 months ago and had been thinking about it ever since. She looked at the ring and the pendant, and her face gave away less than most, but her eyes moved over him with the particular attention of a highly intelligent person rapidly updating a model that had just received significant new information. "Welcome," she said, to all of them, her voice the voice of a person who didn't need volume because the authority in the tone handled the carrying. "In a few minutes, you will be sorted into your houses. While you are at Hogwarts, your house is your family, your home, and your primary community. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." She looked at them all in turn. "I suggest you compose yourselves. The sorting is not painful. Follow me." The Great Hall was, objectively, astonishing, the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky above Scotland in real time, the long house tables full of older students, the staff table at the end with the faculty arrayed along it in a line that included Dumbledore at the center and various others that Harry catalogued quickly. One faculty member he looked at twice, the turbaned figure halfway down the staff table, Professor Quirrell, whose name was on his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook list. Something about the man was wrong in a way Harry couldn't immediately articulate, like a chord played correctly except for one note, just slightly off in a way that vibrated unpleasantly if you were paying attention. He filed it away. The sorting hat sat on a stool before them. It was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that Ollivander's boxes weren't and the castle stones were, and when it opened its brim in what served as a mouth and began its song, Harry listened with interest because the song was not purely decorative. It carried actual information in the frequency beneath the words, a diagnostic run on the crowd before it, and he could feel it questing outward like fingers in the dark, touching the ambient magic of each incoming student. Then it reached him. The questing stopped. The hat went very, very still. Then it resumed the song with a slight but detectable change in tempo that Harry doubted anyone else noticed. The sorting began. Names were called. Students moved through the usual spectrum of emotions, dread, relief, triumph, disappointment, and the house tables received their new members with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Hermione was called to Gryffindor. With the hat barely touching her head, and she walked to the table with the barely contained satisfaction of someone who had been quite confident and was glad to be confirmed. Neville was called and sat under the hat for almost a full minute, his face arranged in an expression of internal negotiation, and then Gryffindor rang out and Neville exhaled like a man putting down something heavy, and Harry, still waiting, gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Potter, Harry. The Great Hall went the particular quality of quiet that happened when 200 people all stopped talking simultaneously. Harry walked to the stool. He sat. The hat descended onto his head, and what happened in the moment of contact was not the same as what had happened for any student before him. He felt the hat's conscious awareness come into contact with his own like a key entering a lock, then stopping. Then reorganizing. There was a long moment of stillness inside his head that was also inside the hat, a shared space, and in it the hat said, in a voice that was very old and entirely private, "Well." Harry waited. In 400 years, the hat said, "I have never felt anything like this." "I expect not," Harry thought back. "You know what you are. More every day." The houses, the hat said, and he felt it moving through its categories with something that might have been embarrassment in a hat, were designed to sort human magical children. You are, adjacent to human. The categories fit imperfectly. I know, Harry thought. Which one fits best? A pause. Every house wants you. Not as a trophy, the wanting is an ambition. The houses are enchantments as much as they are communities, and the enchantments are built on foundations that recognize. The hat paused again. They recognize your authority, for want of a better word. I am having the remarkable experience of the sorting hat itself being uncertain whether it has the right to sort you at all. Sort me where you think I'll do the most good, Harry thought. That's not a criterion I usually apply. It is today. The longest pause yet. Harry was aware, dimly, of the great hall's silence, the weight of 200 pairs of eyes, the very still quality of McGonagall's posture near the staff table. Gryffindor, the hat said, and its voice had changed, less assessment, more something like a bow. Not because you fit the mold. Because Gryffindor's founder built on the old foundations most deliberately of the four, and what he built will recognize you, and you will need a home within these walls. Out loud, to the hall, it announced, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. The other tables applauded with the politeness of people who were already processing the significance of the pause. The hat had sat on Harry Potter's head for nearly 3 minutes, which was not unprecedented but was not common, and the silence during it had been of a different quality from the silence during Neville's sorting, something more charged, more weighty, more like the silence before weather. Harry lifted the hat from his head, set it back on the stool with the care due a genuinely old and conscious object, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Hermione shuffled over to make room, her eyes bright with questions she was visibly saving for later. Neville was already there, still slightly stunned by his own sorting, and he grinned at Harry with a relief so genuine it was almost painful to look at directly. Harry sat down. The enchantments in the Gryffindor table hummed, very quietly, under his hands. Across the hall, the Slytherin table was quiet in a specific way. Draco Malfoy was looking at Harry with the expression he'd had in the compartment, the complicated one, the one underneath the contempt, the one that was doing something with the word ancient and not coming to a conclusion it was comfortable with yet. At the staff table, Dumbledore was watching with his hands folded and his expression warm and entirely unreadable in the way that warm expressions were when the warmth was also a very good cover. And at the far end of the table, Quirrell was very studiously not looking at Harry, which was its own kind of looking. The feast was extraordinary, and Harry ate it with the uncomplicated appreciation of someone who had grown up eating whatever was left over after Dudley had finished. Neville turned out to have strong opinions about treacle tart, which was the first strong opinion Harry had observed him express, and Hermione managed to eat an entire plate of food while maintaining a commentary on the architectural peculiarities of the Great Hall ceiling that was interesting enough that Harry genuinely listened to it. The prefects led them to Gryffindor Tower after, through corridors that shifted and moved under a logic that Harry found immediately legible, not random, but responsive, the castle rearranging itself with the purpose of an entity making decisions rather than the chaos of an enchantment without consciousness. He ran his hand along the wall again as he walked, and the stone was warm under his palm in the specific way of something that recognized the touch. The fat lady swung open at the password and the common room received them, red and gold, firelight, comfortable furniture, the busy warmth of a space that had been lived in for a long time. Harry looked at it and felt something settle in his chest like a stone finding the bottom of still water. Hermione materialized beside him. 3 minutes, she said. The hat was talkative, he said. What did it say? It said the foundations know me, Harry said. And that I'd need a home here. She looked at him with the careful look she developed, the one that was both analytical and something more human underneath. Does it feel like one? Harry looked at the firelight, the stone walls, the other students already beginning to settle into the space with the ease of familiarity. He felt the castle around him, ancient and awake, 3,000 years of silence having stored everything that happened in it, holding it the way stone holds heat long after the fire goes out. Yes, he said. Actually, yes. She nodded, satisfied, and went upstairs to the girls' dormitory with her bag of books, already reading the one on top. Harry stayed by the fire a bit longer. Neville had fallen asleep in an armchair with Trevor the Toad on his chest, the Toad apparently having accepted captivity for the evening on the basis that this particular chair was very close to the heat. Percy Weasley, who turned out to be a prefect with strong feelings about rules, had given the first years a brief lecture about curfew and left with the air of a person who'd done his duty. Harry sat and watched the fire and felt the castle breathe around him, the enchantments in the walls, the foundations below, the elven stonework that Godric Gryffindor had built on without quite knowing what he was building on, or perhaps knowing perfectly well and choosing to say nothing, building on the old bones of something that had given this hill its particular quality of magic and hoping that whatever the bones had belonged to would not object. The fire was warm. Harry closed his eyes, and the castle held him with the comfortable, certain recognition of something that had been waiting a very long time for this particular wait to return to its halls. He slept there until Ron Weasley, coming down for water at 2 in the morning, found him in the armchair, said, "Blimey," under his breath, and went back upstairs with the diplomatic tact of someone who had grown up in a house full of people and knew when to leave well enough alone. Chapter 4, Things That Remember. The first week of classes established something that Harry had suspected but not fully measured, that Hogwarts, as an institution, had absolutely no framework for what to do with him. This was not anyone's fault exactly. The curriculum had been designed over centuries with the assumption that magical ability was a thing channeled through an instrument, refined through technique, governed by incantation. Wand movement, word pronunciation, intention alignment, the three pillars of practical magic as taught at every wizarding school in the world. Harry had none of these problems and all of these classes. Charms was first. Flitwick's classroom was bright and organized and smelled of cedar and something electric, and Flitwick himself was precisely what his reputation suggested, enthusiastic, exacting, genuinely passionate about his subject in the way that the best teachers were, the ones who hadn't forgotten that the subject was actually interesting. He greeted the class with energy, called register with efficiency, and arrived at Harry's name with a pause so fractional that only someone watching for it would have caught it. "Potter," he said, and looked up from the register with his enormous eyes, and whatever he saw in Harry's face made him close the register and set it down. "Mr. Potter." "Welcome." "Professor Flitwick," Harry said. The charm they were practicing was Wingardium Leviosa. The standard first-week levitation exercise, feathers on desks, wand movements practiced in the air first, the swish and flick that every first-year complained about and eventually got. Harry sat at his desk with no wand and watched the class work through the fundamentals with genuine interest. Hermione had it within 4 minutes, her feather rising in a smooth controlled arc that drew Flitwick's delighted praise. Neville's feather wobbled on the 3rd attempt and properly lifted on the 5th, and Harry made a small approving sound that made Neville sit up straighter. Flitwick came to Harry's desk last. He looked at the empty desk surface, no wand, no feather, just Harry's hands folded in front of him, and said, very quietly, so only Harry heard, "I felt the pulse in July. In my wand." He looked at Harry's hands. "I've been reading since then. Everything I could find." "What did you find?" Harry asked. "Fragmentary accounts," Flitwick said. "Old enough to be considered mythology by most of my colleagues. But I'm older than most of my colleagues and I've seen enough strange things to know that mythology usually has a source." He set a feather on Harry's desk. "May I ask, is it voluntary? The magic? Or constant?" "Both," Harry said. "It's always present. Whether I direct it is the variable." Flitwick nodded slowly. "The feather," he said. "Not as an exercise. As a question. I'm curious what it looks like when you try." Harry looked at the feather. He thought about what it meant to move something, not the mechanics of Wingardium Leviosa, the wand path and the incantation and the directed magical pressure, but the simpler and older version of the question. "A thing is here. I want it to be there." He thought about the faucet running on its own on his birthday, the table cracking, the bacon cooking evenly. All of those had been accidental, the magic responding to his emotional state the way weather responded to temperature. This was the first time he was trying consciously. He exhaled once. The feather rose. Not in the controlled, slightly jerky arc of a first-year's levitation charm, it rose the way smoke rose, completely and continuously, until it was at eye level, and then it stayed there as though it had simply decided that height was where it lived now. There was no visible effort on Harry's face. There was no incantation. There was no wand movement. There was just Harry, and the feather, and the air between them doing what it was asked. Flitwick stood very still for a moment. Then he said, quietly, and not in his teaching voice, "Extraordinary." He said it the way Ollivander had said it, less an exclamation and more a recognition. A word that was also a small surrender to the scale of something. "Mr. Potter, I would like to offer you an arrangement. Attend the class, attend all practical classes, and observe the technique. Not because you'll need it, but because understanding how others do magic will help you understand your own." He paused. And come to me during office hours, when you're willing. I'd like to learn, actually. I suspect the traffic of learning in our sessions will not be entirely in one direction. I'd like that, Harry said. I have a lot of questions. The feather drifted back to his desk, gentle as a landing bird. Transfiguration was McGonagall, and McGonagall was precisely what everything about her suggested: rigorous, precise, demanding in the specific way of a person who demanded from students only what she demanded of herself, which was a great deal. She turned her desk into a pig and back again as demonstration with the crisp efficiency of someone for whom this was genuinely pedestrian, and Harry watched the transformation with the structural interest of someone studying the mechanism rather than the effect. She gave the class their matches. Needle by end of class, or as close as they could manage. She came to Harry while the rest of the class was in the early stages of staring at their matches and occasionally producing mild singes. She stood beside his desk, looked at the match, looked at him, and said, "I've been informed by the headmaster that we are to approach your education practically and flexibly. I am going to ask you directly, can you do this?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. Transfiguration is different from what happened yesterday. More specific, changing the fundamental nature of a thing rather than moving it. "Correct," she said. "The distinction is precise and important. Levitation works with an object's existing nature. Transfiguration requires imposing a new one." She paused. Some of the older theoretical texts suggest that primal magic, forgive the term, I'm using the academic language, I know the term, Harry said. Primal magic, she continued, doesn't impose. It persuades. The object is invited to become what you ask rather than forced to become it. She said this with the tone of a scientist reciting a hypothesis she wasn't sure she believed yet but couldn't immediately disprove. If that's accurate, the technique would be fundamentally different. Harry looked at the match. He thought about what she'd said, persuasion rather than imposition. He thought about the letter from the vault, the dagger has no edge because it is not a weapon. Things that didn't force but invited. He thought about the castle, which had not bent to accommodate him but had recognized him, the way a river recognizes a stone placed in it, not by changing, but by flowing naturally around and through the new presence. He said nothing. He looked at the match for perhaps 30 seconds. The match became a needle. Not through visible stages, not the gradual transformations that even skilled transfiguration produced, the in-between state of an object that was partially one thing and partially another. It just became a needle, completely and immediately, the way a word becomes its meaning the moment you understand it. The match's wooden nature wasn't overcome, it was somehow convinced that being a needle was simply more accurate. McGonagall looked at the needle for a moment. She picked it up and turned it over. She ran her thumb along the point. She looked at Harry with the expression she'd had when her wand cracked in July, that white-knuckled quality of a very composed person in the presence of something that exceeded the edges of their model. "Right," she said. And went back to correcting the other students. At the end of class, when everyone else had filed out, she said, without turning from the board she was erasing, "Come to me if you have questions, Potter. I will not pretend to have all the answers, but I have been at this school for 34 years and I know its bones. It's possible some of those bones are more relevant now than I previously understood." Harry paused at the door. "Professor McGonagall. Your wand, the one that cracked." She turned. "Is it still working?" he asked. "Functionally, yes. The crack is cosmetic, as far as I can determine." She held his gaze. "Why? Some things crack under pressure and become stronger at the fracture," he said. "It depends on the material." He left before she could respond, and she stood in her empty classroom for a moment with the eraser in her hand and something that might have been a smile moving across the corner of her mouth. By Thursday, the castle had started doing things. The first incident was minor, a trick staircase on the 3rd floor, one of the notorious ones that changed its destination mid-climb and deposited unwary students on entirely the wrong floor, corrected itself when Harry walked on it. Not for him specifically, it corrected permanently, locking into its proper configuration as though the enchantment maintaining the prank had simply let go. Peeves noticed, which was unfortunate, because Peeves proceeded to follow Harry for half a day with the fascinated attention of a poltergeist who had encountered something outside his experience, which for Peeves was exceedingly rare and therefore deeply interesting. "Oh," Peeves said, hovering at shoulder height and peering at Harry's ring with wide, slightly unhinged eyes. Old thing, old, what's the old thing doing in the young one? What's wearing the young one like a coat, yeah?" "Hello, Peeves," Harry said. Peeves recoiled dramatically, which was unusual because Peeves recoiled from essentially nothing and no one. He recovered quickly because he was a poltergeist and dignity was not a concept he engaged with, but the recoil had been genuine. "It knows me," Peeves said, to himself more than Harry, and then more directly, "It knows Peeves." "You've been in this castle for almost 500 years, Harry said. "The castle knows you. The castle knows me. By extension." He tilted his head at the poltergeist with genuine curiosity. "What do you actually want, Peeves? Not what you perform wanting. What do you actually want?" Peeves opened his mouth, and nothing came out, which may have been the first time in 5 centuries that this had happened. He looked at Harry with the expression of a creature who had been asked a question he had never considered and found it terrifying that he didn't have an answer. Then he let out a screech that rattled the portraits on the walls and shot off through the ceiling, and Harry watched him go with quiet interest. Neville, who had been walking beside Harry during this exchange and had spent most of it pressed against the opposite wall, said, "How did you do that?" "I asked him a real question," Harry said. Peeves doesn't like real questions. He's built entirely on performance, he's the castle's frustration given shape, basically. A sentient magical echo of every student who's ever been furious or frightened or deeply bored in these walls. He doesn't have an answer to what he wants because he's never been one thing long enough to want anything consistently. Neville thought about this. "That's, actually quite sad." "Yes," Harry said. "I think it might be." The second castle incident was more significant. On Friday evening, Harry was in the library. He'd been there every evening since arriving, not because he was behind on work, which he wasn't, but because the Hogwarts library had books that the Diagon Alley shops hadn't had, older sections that the librarian Madame Pants guarded with the ferocity of someone who considered books a higher life form and students a necessary inconvenience. Harry had located the restricted section on his first visit, assessed its contents through the gate with the ring warm on his finger, and made a note of 3 specific titles he intended to access properly when the opportunity arose. He was working through a stack of standard texts with Hermione, who had finished her own stack and moved to his with the aggressive helpfulness of someone who processed information through discussion, when the enchantment in the library's east wall changed. It was subtle, a harmonic shift in the ambient magic of the room, like a key change in music you weren't consciously listening to. Harry looked up. Hermione was in the middle of a sentence about the practical applications of charm layering and stopped when she saw his face. "What?" she said. "Something moved," he said. "In the wall." She looked at the wall. "There's nothing, there's a tapestry." "Behind the tapestry," he said. He got up, and she followed because she was constitutionally incapable of not following when something interesting was happening, and he moved to the tapestry, a faded hunting scene, deer and hounds in a forest that looked like no forest that had ever existed on this island, and put his hand flat on the stone behind it. The wall opened. Not dramatically. The stones separated along lines that had been invisible before, pulling back in the smooth articulated way of something that was designed to do exactly this and had been waiting for the correct person to ask. Beyond was a corridor, not dark, the same sourceless silver-white light from the vault in Gringotts, leading perhaps 20 feet to a small room. Hermione said, that shouldn't, the library was built on the oldest part of the foundation, Harry said. "I noticed it the first day. This section is older than the rest." He looked at the corridor. "Coming?" "Obviously," she said, and stepped through without hesitation, which Harry appreciated considerably. The room was circular, low-ceilinged, and empty except for 3 things: a reading stand of the same dark ancient wood from the Gringotts vault, a single torch bracket that lit itself as they entered, and on the reading stand, a book. Not the green book, he had that with him always. A different one, larger, bound in something that had once been leather and was now something in between, preserved by 3,000 years of isolation. The 5-point symbol was on the cover. Hermione stood beside him looking at it with the expression she reserved for things she wanted very much to touch and was restraining herself from touching until she understood what they were. "What is it?" "A record," Harry said, opening it with the care due its age, and the pages moved under his hands like they'd been waiting to be turned. "The elven accounts of how the foundations were laid. Which hills were chosen and why. Which convergence points were strengthened and which were left natural." He scanned the opening pages. "This one is about this specific hill." "Can you read it?" she asked, peering at the script. "Yes," he said. Which was still slightly astonishing to him even weeks after it had first happened. "Can't you?" She looked at the script more closely. "No," she said slowly. "It's not any alphabet I know." Although, she frowned. Some of these symbols look like they might be ancestral to early runic scripts. There are similarities in the structural patterns if you look at them. Could you read some of it aloud? Harry read 3 paragraphs aloud, translating as he went, and watched her face move through several expressions in quick succession: wonder, analytical focus, something very near joy, which was the expression Hermione Granger wore when she was learning something that rearranged the furniture of what she knew. "The convergence point," she said, when he paused. "The one this hill was built on, the record says it was a meeting of 5 lines, not 4. Standard ley line theory describes intersections of 4 as the maximum stable configuration. 5 is the sovereign number," Harry said. He touched the 5-point symbol on the cover. 5 elements in the old counting. Earth, water, air, fire, and the 5th one, light, or will, depending on the translation. "And the 5th line made the castle possible," she said slowly. "The things the founders managed to do, the enchantments on this building, the way it responds and adjusts, the sentience in it, you couldn't do that on 4 lines. You'd need the 5th. Which is why the founders chose here," Harry said. "Because the 5th line was already active. Someone had already anchored it." They looked at each other across the reading stand. "You anchored it," she said. "Not you now. You, before." "Yes," he said. She sat down on the floor, which was not something Hermione Granger did casually. She sat on the floor and looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone for whom a significant structural renovation of their worldview was in progress. "So the entire wizarding educational system," she said, "the entire post-medieval magical academic tradition of Britain, is running on foundations that you built. That were built by whatever you were, 3,000 years ago, and then abandoned when the elven civilization ended, and then built over by the founders who either didn't know or didn't say." "That's approximately correct," Harry said. "And now you're a student here," she said. "First year," he confirmed. She laughed. It came out slightly high-pitched and entirely genuine, the laugh of someone who had lost the battle with the absurdity of the situation and was releasing the tension of that loss. Harry looked at her and felt something warm and specific. This was the person, he thought. The one who would stand beside him not out of awe or loyalty or obligation but because she'd looked at the situation clearly, understood it completely, and decided to be here anyway. "I'm going to need to read that book," she said. "I know," he said. "Soon," she said. "When you're ready," he said. She threw a pen at him. Dumbledore came to find Harry on Saturday morning. He came the way Dumbledore did most things, unhurriedly, through means that gave the impression of casualness while actually being quite deliberate, appearing in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room at 9 in the morning with a paper bag of lemon drops and the conversational manner of a man who had simply happened to be passing. "Harry," he said, and his eyes were warm and careful and doing several things simultaneously. "I wonder if you'd like a walk." "Of course," Harry said. He'd been expecting this since Wednesday, when the trick staircase had corrected itself and McGonagall had presumably filed some kind of report. They walked through the castle at the unhurried pace that Dumbledore seemed to operate at exclusively, through the second-floor corridor and out onto the covered walkway that connected the main building to the west tower, the morning cold and clear, the grounds below wet with dew and the lake flat and silver in the autumn light. "You've been exploring," Dumbledore said. "I've been learning," Harry said. "There's a difference." "The library's east wall," Dumbledore said. "The staircase on the third floor. The enchantment on the great oak doors, which I noticed had adjusted its harmonics on Wednesday and I suspect knows why. The doors were running at a frequency that was about 8% higher than their base design," Harry said. "It was creating resonance interference with the entrance hall's acoustic enchantments. I smoothed it out." Dumbledore looked at him. "You adjusted an enchantment that has been in continuous operation for 900 years. It was irritating the enchantments around it," Harry said. "Think of it as tuning. The original design was correct, it had just drifted." A pause. A longer pause than most, which for Dumbledore was meaningful. "You can perceive the individual enchantments of this castle," he said. "As separate from each other." "As separate from each other and from the Foundation," Harry said. "The Foundation is much older and much quieter. The 900-year enchantments are louder. Newer. More anxious, in a way, the way newer things are. They're still finding their equilibrium." He looked out over the grounds. "The Foundation doesn't need adjustment. It was built to hold anything placed on it." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The paper bag of lemon drops rustled. "May I ask you something directly?" "Please," Harry said. "Are you content?" Dumbledore said. "Here. At Hogwarts." A pause. "It can't be entirely comfortable, arriving in an institution built around a skill you don't use, taught by people who are trying to understand how to teach you. Flitwick's already worked it out," Harry said. "McGonagall's getting there. You don't need to worry about whether I'm comfortable." He looked at Dumbledore, and said what needed to be said with the directness that was simply his way. "You want to know if I'm safe. Whether what I am is contained." The word landed between them. "I'm asking whether you're well," Dumbledore said. "Those are different questions." "They are," Harry agreed. "And the honest answer to yours is yes, I'm well. I've never been better, actually. The castle feels like home in a way that Privet Drive never did." He paused. "But I understand that my honest answer to the other question is also important to you. So, I'm not going to accidentally destabilize anything. The things I'm adjusting are things that needed adjusting. The things I'm accessing are things that were designed to be accessed by me specifically." He looked at Dumbledore. "You knew the Foundations were ancient. You've known for years." Another pause. "Longer." "There are old records," Dumbledore said carefully. "In my office. Academic histories. The kind of texts that most scholars treat as mythology." He paused. "I have not treated them as mythology for approximately 30 years. But knowing that something might be true and confronting its reality are different experiences." "I know," Harry said. "You were in that Gringotts vault," Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Harry said. "The account was mine. Left for me. Legitimately accessed." "I know," Dumbledore said, and his voice was not accusatory. "Griphook filed a report with the Goblins' Council, which is standard for an account of that age and significance. They informed me as a courtesy, given my role." He turned the lemon drop bag over in his hands, the paper crinkling. "The items in the vault. The pendant, the ring." He looked at them. "They've been active since you arrived. The castle can feel them. The castle can feel them because they're made of the same material the Foundation is made of," Harry said. "They're essentially the same thing, original elven craftwork. The castle recognizes them the way you'd recognize someone walking into your house wearing your grandmother's ring. Dumbledore looked at the pendant for a moment with an expression that shifted between academic fascination and something more personal. "There is something else I should tell you," he said. "And I am telling you rather than waiting for you to find it because I believe," he stopped. Started again. "I believe you deserve to approach things on your own terms, and the only way to ensure that is to give you information rather than withhold it." Harry waited. "There is an object in this castle," Dumbledore said. "Currently hidden on the third-floor corridor. It is a stone of considerable magical power, the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel. It is being kept here for safekeeping while a threat is assessed." He looked at Harry. "I believe someone intends to steal it. I believe the route to it will involve this castle's protective enchantments being worked around or broken." He paused. "I am telling you because if someone attempts to interfere with the castle's enchantments in a way that is harmful, you will feel it, I think, before any of our conventional defenses register it." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "You're asking me to be an early warning system." "I'm telling you the truth," Dumbledore said, "about what is happening in your home, and letting you make of it what you will." A pause. "There is a difference." Harry almost smiled. It was an echo of what he'd said 10 seconds ago and they both knew it. "The turbaned professor," he said. "Quirrell." Dumbledore went very still. "Something is wrong with him," Harry said. "I noticed it at the sorting. Not him specifically, something layered over him. Something that is using him as a medium in roughly the way wizards use wands. Something that has its own awareness." He paused. "Something old. Old and diminished and very angry." The quality of silence from Dumbledore was the specific silence of a man who has been careful with information for a long time and is recalculating the cost and benefit of continued caution. "Yes," he said finally. "Yes, I believe you're right." "Voldemort," Harry said. The name didn't feel like anything he needed to treat carefully. It was a name. Names had power when you gave them power by being afraid of them, and Harry had decided, somewhere between the vault and the Great Hall, that he wasn't going to do that. Dumbledore looked at him sharply. "You know the name. The history is in the books you encouraged everyone to read," Harry said. "I've read them. I know what happened. I know what I'm supposedly connected to." He paused. "I'm not afraid of him. I want to be clear about that." "Harry, I'm not being reckless," Harry said. "I'm being accurate. What attached itself to Quirrell is damaged. Hollow. It's a piece of something that was once a complete person and isn't anymore, and the reason it's not is because it tried to make itself permanent by making itself less." He said this clearly, without drama, because it was simply what he perceived. It tried to defeat death by dismantling itself, piece by piece, until there was nothing left that could die. Which is profoundly sad, actually. And means I should be careful, because damaged things are dangerous in proportion to their desperation. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, and in those blue eyes something moved that was beyond calculation, beyond strategy, something genuinely human, the look of an old and very tired man confronted with wisdom coming from somewhere it hadn't been expected to come from. "I have been carrying this problem alone for quite a long time," Dumbledore said. "The management of what Voldemort became. The protection of people he might harm. The attempt to hold certain things together until a resolution presented itself." "I know," Harry said. "I can see that. It must be exhausting." "It is," Dumbledore said, simply, and the simplicity of it was the most genuine thing he'd said in the conversation. "You don't have to carry it alone," Harry said. "But I need you to not manage me while we work together. I need you to tell me the truth and let me decide what to do with it, the same way you just did." Dumbledore looked out over the grounds that Harry had been watching through the covered walkway, the wet grass and the silver lake and the edge of the forbidden forest dark and dense at the margin of the grounds. He looked at it for a long time. "I have not been particularly good at that," he said finally. Telling the truth and releasing the outcome. I have spent too many years in the position of, he stopped. Managing things, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said, with the flat honesty of a man acknowledging a fair charge. Yes. It is a habit that has served some purposes and harmed others. He turned from the view. I will try, he said. That's the most accurate promise I can make. That's all I'm asking, Harry said. They walked back in a silence that was different from the beginning of the walk, lighter, somehow, the way spaces feel lighter after furniture has been rearranged to let the light in. At the entrance to the stairwell, Dumbledore offered the bag of lemon drops. Harry took one. Professor, Harry said, before they separated. Yes. The book in the hidden room off the library, Harry said. I didn't move it. It should stay where it is, it's better for it to be in contact with the foundation stones it was stored against. But I'd appreciate it if the room remained accessible. Dumbledore looked at him. The room has been sealed since I became headmaster, he said. I was not aware it had opened. It opened for me on Friday, Harry said. The castle decided I should know what's in it. What is in it? Dumbledore asked. The account of how the foundations were laid, Harry said. Including this specific hill. If you'd like, I can translate sections. He paused. I think you'd find it interesting. Dumbledore stood with the lemon drop bag in his hand and looked at Harry Potter with the expression of a man who had spent 70 years believing he was the most interesting thing in most rooms and was finding the recalibration genuinely, deeply, surprisingly pleasant. I would like that very much, he said. That evening, Harry sat at the Gryffindor table at dinner across from Neville, who was carefully feeding Trevor small pieces of lettuce under the table, and beside Hermione, who was annotating her transfiguration notes in the left margin in a handwriting so small it required genuine commitment to read. Ron Weasley, who had been gradually and organically migrating from his end of the table toward Harry's over the course of the week with the air of someone who would deeply deny doing any such thing, sat down across from Neville and said, to no one in particular, did something happen to the door on the east side of the library? I went past it earlier and the stones around it looked different. Different how? Harry asked. Ron squinted. Like they fit better. He shrugged. My brothers say the castle does things sometimes. Fred and George have been trying to get into a passage behind the tapestry on the 7th floor for 2 years. He helped himself to potatoes. You're in my charms class, he said, to Harry, suddenly and slightly accusatorially, as though charms were a limited resource. Flitwick didn't stop looking at your desk the whole lesson. There was something worth watching, Harry said. Ron looked at him, a long, direct, entirely unself-conscious look, the look of a person who'd grown up in a large family and had therefore learned to assess people quickly and without much ceremony. He had a genuinely open face, Ron Weasley. The kind of face where the thought arrived on the surface with very little delay. The wands, Ron said. On his birthday, Fred said every wand in England cracked. He was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who was not afraid but was doing serious math. That was you. Yes, Harry said. Because there's a thing. An old magic thing. Flitwick mentioned it in class but sort of sideways, like he was mentioning it to the air. Ron ate a forkful of potatoes. Are you going to be a problem? Harry looked at him. What kind of problem? I don't know, Ron said honestly. That's why I'm asking. My mum's read every article about you that ever existed and she thinks you're going to save the world, which is a lot of pressure to put on a person before they've started secondary school. My dad thinks you're the most interesting magical event in living memory, which means he's going to want to ask you questions about Muggle appliances for some reason. My brothers are, he stopped. You've met Percy. The others are Fred and George. They've been placing bets on your first week. I don't know what the bets are. I'm told it's better not to know. Hermione, without looking up from her notes, said, the bet is whether you'll accidentally transfigure something before the end of term. Fred has October, George has November, and Percy bet never, which everyone agrees shows a failure of imagination. Everyone at that end of the table turned to look at her. I overheard, she said, still not looking up. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Ron said, well, and the question was genuine and direct and contained a real openness to the answer, which Harry appreciated more than he could have explained. I don't know what's going to happen, Harry said, with the same honesty. But I'm not planning to be a problem. And I'm not planning to hide, either. If things happen around me, they happen. I'd rather people know about it than find out sideways. Ron absorbed this. Right, he said. That seems fair. He extended his hand across the table. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, Harry said, and shook it, and this was the handshake of two 11-year-olds deciding to be friends, which was an entirely different transaction from any of the handshakes that had come before and no less significant for being smaller. Neville, from his side of the table, said, we're already friends, slightly anxiously, as though worried this new development might change the geometry. Obviously, Harry said. There's room. Neville relaxed. Trevor took the opportunity to escape under the table. Hermione reached down without looking and caught him by one back leg, depositing him back in front of Neville with the reflex of someone who had been watching that particular trajectory develop for the last 30 seconds, and went back to her notes. Above them, the enchanted ceiling showed Scotland's October stars beginning to emerge in the early dark, and the castle breathed around them, its enchantments running, its foundations deep and steady, the fifth convergence line humming at its root with the particular quality of something doing exactly what it was made to do. Harry looked at the ceiling, and the stars, and the ring warm on his hand, and thought about Quirrell's turbaned silence at the staff table, and the stone hidden on the third floor, and the diminished and desperate fragment of a man who had broken himself to avoid being ordinary. He thought, not yet. Not tonight. Tonight he finished his dinner, and helped Neville catch Trevor twice more, and let Ron explain Quidditch with the evangelical fervor of the deeply committed, and listened to Hermione argue that broom sports were not an efficient use of magical education time, and sat in the middle of it all like a stone in a river, settled and warm and thoroughly, specifically, entirely present. The problems would keep until the problems came. Chapter 5, Blood and Stone. December arrived in Scotland the way it arrived nowhere else, not gradually, not with the polite progression of autumn deepening, but all at once, as though the hills had simply decided overnight that enough was enough and winter could begin. Harry woke one morning in early December to find the grounds white to the tree line, the lake steaming faintly in the cold, and the castle's enchantments running slightly warmer than usual, the way a house adjusts itself for occupants in cold weather. He lay in his four-poster for a few minutes listening to the other boys sleep, Ron's characteristic breathing that was 1 degree short of snoring, Neville's complete stillness that suggested very deep unconsciousness, Seamus's occasional mumbled commentary on things happening in his dreams. The dormitory was warm and the curtains were thick and there was genuinely nowhere he needed to be for 2 hours. He thought about Quirrell. He'd been thinking about Quirrell with the steady low-level attention you gave a problem that wasn't ready to move yet but was building toward movement. The wrongness he'd felt at the sorting had not changed, if anything it had clarified over the months, the way your eyes adjust in dim light until you can see the shape of things. The thing attached to Quirrell was getting restless. Harry could feel it at mealtimes when Quirrell sat at the staff table, a displaced pressure, like a thumb pressed against a bruise that wasn't quite there yet. It was looking for something. He already knew what. The stone had been moved twice since September, he'd felt each relocation as a shift in the castle's ambient awareness, the enchantments around it tightening and adjusting the way muscles tighten around a wound. Dumbledore's protections were layered and serious and had clearly been designed by people with genuine expertise. They were also, Harry had noticed, designed with the assumption that whoever was coming for the stone would be coming from outside, an adult, skilled, working against the enchantments. They hadn't been designed for an inside job. For someone already in the castle, already past the first threshold, already wearing the face of a trusted member of the staff. He'd said all of this to Dumbledore 3 weeks ago during one of their translation sessions in the headmaster's office, evenings spent with the foundational record from the library's hidden room. Harry reading and translating while Dumbledore listened and occasionally asked questions that were excellent and showed genuine academic rigor beneath the deliberate warmth of his manner. The translation sessions had become something Harry valued more than he'd expected to. Dumbledore was sharp, patient, and genuinely curious, and he'd kept his promise about the managing, mostly. There were moments when the old habit surfaced, the slight redirection of a question, the careful framing, but he caught himself doing it and corrected, which was more than most people managed. Dumbledore had listened to his assessment of Quirrell and said, "I know," and "I am watching," and "the timing matters," which Harry had understood to mean that Dumbledore needed Quirrell to make his move in a context that would resolve the situation cleanly rather than partially. Catching Quirrell mid-attempt meant catching the fragment of Voldemort as well. Simply removing Quirrell from his post removed the immediate threat but scattered the problem. Harry understood the logic. He'd agreed to wait and watch. He was starting to think the waiting was nearly over. He got up, dressed in the cold, and went down to the common room, which was empty at this hour except for the fire burning low in the grate. He sat in the chair he'd claimed on the first night, the one nearest the fire on the left, which the other Gryffindors had, without discussion, simply stopped sitting in, and opened the green book. It had been showing him things about the nature of sovereign magic for 3 weeks now. Specific things, practical things, the kind of information the letter from the vault had described as arriving when the moment required it. He was starting to understand what the book was doing, not teaching him, exactly. More like reminding him. The knowledge was there, in the deep water, and the book was lowering a rope. Today's pages were about the nature of the fragment. He read carefully. "A person who divides themselves," the script said, and he translated it as he read, running it through the part of him that understood this language the way he understood breathing. "A person who divides themselves loses the ability to be whole. The fragment carries intention but not wisdom. Drive but not direction. It hungers for restoration because it remembers what wholeness was, but it has forgotten that restoration requires the piece that was broken off to return willingly, and willing return requires the fragment to be the kind of thing that can want something other than its own continuation." He sat with this for a while. Then he closed the book and went to breakfast. The castle decorated itself for Christmas with the enthusiasm of a building that had been doing this for 9 centuries and had developed strong opinions about it. 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall, enchanted snow in the upper corridors, the suits of armor positioned near the main entrance singing carols in 4-part harmony that was surprisingly good until midnight when it became chaotic. Peeves had taken to hurling baubles at second years, which was traditional. The Gryffindor common room had accumulated tinsel from sources that no one could entirely account for. Most students were going home for the holidays. Harry was not. This was not a source of distress. He had no desire to return to Privet Drive, which felt like a very long time ago and a different life, and the castle in winter, he suspected, would be extraordinary. Hermione was going home. Her parents had written with the insistence of people who missed their daughter and also wanted to hear everything about the magical world and would accept nothing less than an entire holiday's worth of conversation. Harry had seen the letter and told her to go, and she'd looked at him with the slightly worried expression she deployed when she thought someone was being stoic at her. "I'll be fine," he said. "I know you'll be fine," she said. "That's not what I'm worried about." "What are you worried about?" She'd taken a moment to actually think about it rather than answer reflexively. "I'm worried," she said finally, "that fine isn't the same as," she stopped, and tried again. "You don't need me here. But I want you to have people here." "People who?" Another stop. "Neville's staying," she said. "And Ron. And the thing with Quirrell is, I can feel it building, even though I can't feel it the way you do. And I don't want, Hermione," he said. "Go home. See your parents. Tell them everything. Come back in January." She looked at him. "All right," he said. She went, and she looked back once from the carriage to Hogsmeade with the expression of someone doing a thing they'd decided on but not entirely reconciled with. Neville, as she'd said, was staying. Ron was staying. Several other Gryffindors were staying. The castle over Christmas had a different quality, quieter, more itself, the enchantment settling into a lower register without the constant press of 300 students. Harry walked corridors that were empty except for the occasional ghost drifting through with the subdued holiday air of someone attending a party they'd been to too many times, and felt the castle's awareness more clearly without the ambient magical noise of the student population. He found the mirror of Eriste on the 20th of December. He had not been looking for it. He'd been exploring the 7th floor, he'd felt something there for weeks, a quiet pull, the same kind of pull as the library hidden room, the castle indicating something was worth finding. He'd followed it through the corridor to a room he'd never been in, the door unremarkable, and inside was the mirror. It was tall, floor to ceiling, ornate in the way of very old things that were ornate because decoration had been part of their construction, not added afterward. The inscription around the frame was written in the same mirror reverse trick that Dumbledore would explain to a different Harry in a different version of this moment, but Harry read it immediately and directly. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of it. He already knew what he was going to see. The mirror's magic was old, older than Hogwarts, older than the frame it sat in, and he recognized the mechanism of it the way he recognized the enchantment type on the Gringotts vault. This was revelatory magic. Truth-seeking. The kind that bypassed the conscious mind and went straight to the root of what something wanted. In the mirror, he saw a forest. Not a specific forest, not the forbidden forest on the grounds, not any forest he'd been in with his current body. The forest in the mirror was older and larger and the light in it came through canopy too thick and high to see the sky, and it was the green that green aspired to be in this era and mostly didn't manage. The trees were enormous beyond architecture. Something moved in it at the edge of visibility, tall and unhurried, and when it turned, it was him. Except not him, the way a river and a painting of a river are the same subject expressed in different media. The him in the forest had eyes that were silver all the way through, no green, no white, just light. The him in the forest wasn't standing in the forest the way a visitor stands somewhere, it was standing in the forest the way a tree stands in a forest, as a thing that belongs to it absolutely. Harry looked at this image for a long moment. He felt the mirror's magic working on him, the deep, involuntary pull, the same thing Dumbledore had warned another version of himself about. The tug toward the image, toward wanting, toward the particular ache of longing for something that was both completely true and completely unreachable. He stepped back. Not because the longing frightened him, but because he recognized it accurately. This was the wanting of a soul for its original home, the homesickness of something ancient living in something young, and it was a real feeling and he honored it as real. But he also recognized that the mirror was showing him the deep thing, not the current thing, and he was the current thing for a reason. Instructive, he said aloud, to the mirror, to himself, to no one. He left the room and pulled the door closed and stood in the corridor for a moment feeling the forest in his chest as a warm ache that faded slowly, like an echo in stone. He thought, I know what I am. I know what I'm for. That's enough. The pendant was warm against his sternum. He went to find Ron and play chess, because Ron had been trying to beat him for 3 weeks and had not managed it yet and took each loss with the focused determination of someone who considered each defeat useful data for the next attempt. It happened on the 23rd of December, in the deep hours of the night. Harry had known it was coming for 2 days, the pressure in the castle's enchantments had changed, building the way atmospheric pressure built before a storm, and the fragment he felt in Quirrell had gone from restless to something more purposeful. He'd told Ron and Neville at dinner without ceremony, speaking quietly while the other staying students were occupied with Fred and George's new invention involving enchanted Christmas crackers. Tonight or tomorrow, he said. Ron looked up from his turkey. The thing with Quirrell? Yes. Neville had gone still with the particular stillness he had, the one that was quieter than fear. Should we get Dumbledore? Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He's been watching. But the situation is going to be what it is. Quirrell will move for the stone and someone needs to be between him and it. He looked at both of them. I need you two to go to McGonagall's office if it goes wrong. Get her. That's the plan. That's not much of a plan, Ron said. The rest of the plan is mostly me, Harry said. Which means I need you two doing the useful thing, not the impressive but risky thing. What's the difference? Ron asked. The useful thing keeps options open, Harry said. The impressive but risky thing generally closes them. Ron looked at Neville. Neville looked at Ron. Some negotiation happened in this exchange that Harry didn't interfere with. Then Neville said, "We'll do the useful thing," with the tone of someone who was not thrilled about the useful thing but understood why it was the correct choice, and Ron said, "Right," with the tone of someone who was going to do the useful thing and be deeply put out about it. Harry had found a corridor to the stone's location by feel more than by exploration. The castle knew where it was and communicated this to him in the way it communicated most things, through the quality of attention that particular direction of stone received from the enchantments maintaining it. The third floor, a locked door, protections beyond. He went at 2 in the morning, when the castle was as quiet as it got. The door was locked with both a muggle lock and a magical seal. Harry put his hand on it and both opened without sound. Beyond was Fluffy. Fluffy, as he'd heard described in the nervous whispers of students who'd accidentally opened this door in September, was a 3-headed dog of enormous dimensions, and it was currently very much awake, which meant Quirrell had not yet come this way, which meant Harry was ahead of him. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Harry. Harry looked back. He said nothing, not an incantation, not a whispered shoo, just the quality of attention he brought to the castle's enchantments, to the toad who kept escaping toward water, to the things that remembered him. He looked at Fluffy with the complete, specific recognition of a creature that had been placed here and was doing its job with entire commitment. Fluffy sat down. All 3 heads, simultaneously, lay down on the enormous crossed paws, and 3 pairs of eyes drifted closed with the progressive ease of something choosing to rest rather than being forced to it. Harry stepped over the sleeping dog, found the trapdoor, and went through. The devil's snare tried to bind him and he walked through it like walking through water, the tendrils unwinding from him with the brisk efficiency of something that recognized it had made a mistake. The keys, a cloud of winged keys that scattered when Quirrell had presumably sent broomstick riding spells after them, were roosting on the ceiling, and Harry raised his hand and the correct key came to him immediately, drawn by the same principle as everything else, recognizing what he was. The chess set was enormous, the pieces intimidating, and Harry walked across the board slowly, and the pieces stepped aside. One of the black knights moved to block him and Harry looked at it and said, quietly, "No," with the flat certainty of someone who hadn't reached the stage of this situation where compromise was available, and the knight stepped back. The troll was already unconscious. Quirrell's work, Harry noted, which meant Quirrell was ahead of him after all, had come through earlier, had gotten past Fluffy through whatever means the fragment had provided. He moved through quickly. The potion room was clever, a logic puzzle, bottles on a table, a fire blocking forward and backward progress. Harry looked at the flames and they parted for him without ceremony, not extinguished, just moved, the way a crowd parts for something that doesn't ask but simply moves. He went through. The last room held the mirror of Eriste. And Quirrell. The professor stood before the mirror with his back to the room, the turban slightly unwound at the back, his hands raised toward the glass in the attitude of someone trying to force something to happen through sheer focus of will. He was shaking slightly, the fine tremor of a man under extraordinary pressure, the body objecting to what was being asked of it. Harry walked into the room and stopped. He said nothing. Quirrell turned. His face was Quirrell's face, the nervous academic, the slightly damp quality of a person who had been frightened for so long that fear had become his natural expression. But the eyes were wrong in the way Harry had been noticing since September, not Quirrell's anxious eyes but something looking through them that was focused and cold and very old in the particular way that damage was old, not the oldness of the foundation stones or the green book, but the oldness of a wound that had never healed. "Potter," Quirrell said, and his voice was Quirrell's voice layered over something beneath it, the way sound was layered when 2 things spoke simultaneously in 2 different registers. "Professor," Harry said. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you," Harry said pleasantly. Quirrell's hands came up, the wand out, a spell on his lips, and Harry looked at the spell coming toward him and the spell stopped. It didn't deflect. It didn't encounter a shield charm and break against it. It simply stopped, mid-air, between them, like a word stopped before it's spoken, caught between the thought and the voice. It hung there for a moment, the vivid purple of whatever Quirrell had thrown, and then it dissipated the way smoke dissipates, not dramatically, not with violence, just gone. Quirrell stared. "I want the stone," the voice beneath Quirrell said, and this time the pretense was dropped, Quirrell's mouth moving with words that weren't his own, the fragment's voice thinner than a human voice, pressed flat, the voice of something that existed on the wrong side of a boundary and was communicating through glass. "Give me the stone and you won't be harmed." "I don't have the stone," Harry said. "It's in the mirror." "Then get it for me." Harry looked at the mirror. He looked at Quirrell. He looked at the turban that hid the back of Quirrell's head with the awareness of what was underneath it, the face that had once been Tom Riddle's, pressed against Quirrell's skull like a second face against a mask, a fragment of a soul that had nowhere else to be. He walked to the mirror and stood in front of it. In the mirror he saw himself, and behind himself, the stone, a small red jewel, exactly the right size to fit in a closed fist. He didn't reach for it. He simply looked at it. "Get it," the voice said, sharper now. "Get it out of the mirror." "In a moment," Harry said. "I have a question first." A pause, long and incredulous. "You have a question?" "For you," Harry said. "Not for Professor Quirrell. For the part of you that's been riding him." He turned from the mirror and looked at Quirrell, which was to say he looked through Quirrell and past Quirrell to the thing behind the turban, addressing it directly. "Do you remember what it felt like? Before? When you were whole?" The silence that followed was different from the silences before it, not theatrical, not strategic, something rawer and less deliberate. The trembling in Quirrell's body changed quality, going from the tremor of strain to something else, something finer. "I am asking," Harry said, "because I need to understand something. You took yourself apart, piece by piece, to avoid dying. I understand the logic of that. I want to know if you understood the cost." "You're an 11-year-old boy," the voice said, and the contempt in it was genuine, but underneath the contempt was something that was not contempt. Something that heard the question and couldn't ignore it entirely. "I'm not only that," Harry said. "You know I'm not only that. You've been watching me all term and you know what you're looking at." He looked at the place where the fragment was, through the turban and the back of Quirrell's skull, directly and without flinching. "I'm older than you. I'm older than everything you've built your power on. And I am telling you that what you did to yourself, the splitting, the Horcruxes," he watched the fragment react to the word, a convulsion that ran through Quirrell's body like a struck bell. "I'm telling you that you broke the one thing that couldn't be fixed by power. You can't win anything with what you've become. You can only take." "The stone," the voice said, but it was thinner now, the authority in it leaking from somewhere. "Give me the stone and I'll show you what I can take." "You want to restore yourself," Harry said. "That's what the stone is for, the elixir, the restored body, the foundation for rebuilding what you were before you started dismantling yourself." He paused. "But you're going about it wrong. The problem isn't that you don't have a body. The problem is that you divided yourself so many times that there is no you left to inhabit a body. You'd get the body and still be the fragment. Still hollow. Still afraid." The voice said nothing. "The thing you're afraid of," Harry said, and his voice was level and direct and not unkind, which was the most devastating thing about it, the lack of cruelty in delivering something cruel, "is not death. Death is just a threshold. What you're afraid of is being ordinary. Being a person who ends. Being Tom Riddle who grew up in an orphanage and was remarkable but mortal and would have eventually died like everyone remarkable and mortal does." He paused. "And that fear made you do terrible things to terrible ends. And I'm sorry for that. Not for the people you harmed, for them I'm something else. But for the thing you were before the fear got to work on you. That person deserved better than what he did to himself. Quirrell's body was shaking continuously now. Sweat was visible on the back of his neck. The fragment was pressing against the containment of its host with the desperation of something that had been still and controlled for months and was coming undone at a thread it hadn't expected to be pulled. "You can't offer me anything," the voice said. "I'm not offering you anything," Harry said. "I'm talking to you. Because you have been watching me all term as though I'm a problem to be solved or a resource to be taken, and I think you've never actually been spoken to as what you are. A frightened person who made catastrophic choices." He looked at the mirror, at the stone inside it. "I'm not going to give you the stone. Not because I can't, but because it won't do what you need it to do, and I'm not going to participate in a solution that doesn't solve anything." The attack when it came was everything Quirrell had left, the fragment driving the host body with the pure desperation of something that had no other move available. Quirrell lunged, hands reaching for Harry's throat, the wand abandoned, the fragment directing a physical assault with the directness of a creature that had run out of sophistication. Harry caught both of Quirrell's wrists. What happened next was not a spell. It was not a charm or a transfiguration or any of the vocabulary that the wizarding world had developed for the management of magical force. It was the other thing, the direct thing, the thing Ollivander had called bare magic and which had no other adequate name. Where Harry's hands held Quirrell's wrists, light moved. Not dramatically, not a blinding flash, not an explosion. Just light, the silver white of the hidden room and the Gringotts vault, moving from Harry's hands into Quirrell's wrists like water moving through a crack in stone, finding the path of least resistance, and what the light touched it passed through. The fragment screamed. It was not Quirrell's voice and it was not a human sound, it was the sound of something that had been held together by nothing but intention meeting something that intent couldn't hold against. It was the sound, Harry thought, of a thing being reminded that it was finite whether it liked it or not. Not destroyed, he could feel that this wasn't destruction, the fragment was too dispersed, too spread across its horcruxes to be destroyed by this single contact. But this piece that had been riding Quirrell through a desperate winter, was being unmade from the host, separated, expelled. Quirrell collapsed. The voice was gone. Harry stood in the room with the mirror and the stone and Quirrell unconscious on the stone floor, and the castle around him was very quiet, and the enchantments that had been under strain all evening settled back into their ordinary registers like a held breath releasing. He crouched beside Quirrell and checked his pulse, present, steady, the body's basic functions intact. Quirrell would be unconscious for some time and would need care, and would remember none of this, and whatever had been driving him was gone from this host and loose in the world in a way that was deeply unsatisfying as resolutions went. The stone was still in the mirror. Harry looked at it. It was extraordinary, he could feel the power of it even through the mirror's glass, the life-extending properties that Flamel had built into it over centuries of careful work. It was genuine craft. Genuine power. And it was also, he thought, the kind of thing that attracted the wrong kind of attention by existing, a magnet for the particular desperation of people who were afraid of their own mortality. He put his hand flat against the mirror's surface. The stone came through the glass into his hand with the same logic by which the correct key had come to him from the ceiling of the key room, because the mirror was, at root, a truth-telling instrument, and the truth about who should hold this object right now was not complicated. He held it for a moment. It was warm. Heavier than it looked, dense with centuries of intention. He set it on the floor beside Quirrell's unconscious hand. Then he sat down on the cold stone floor with his back against the wall and waited for Dumbledore. Dumbledore came through the potion room's flames 11 minutes later. He stood in the doorway of the final room and took in the scene, Quirrell unconscious, the stone on the floor, Harry sitting against the wall with his arms on his knees and his expression that of someone who had been thinking rather than waiting, which was different and he could tell. "You got here first," Dumbledore said. "By a bit," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at Quirrell. He looked at the stone. He looked at Harry. "Are you hurt?" "No," Harry said. "He's not dead. He should be looked at. The fragment is gone from him, expelled, but whatever it did to his mind over the course of a year needs a professional assessment." Dumbledore crossed the room, moving with more speed than his usual manner suggested he operated at, and crouched beside Quirrell with the immediate focus of a man who had set aside everything else. His wand moved in quick, diagnostic patterns. His face went through something private and then composed itself. "I should have removed him sooner," Dumbledore said, quietly, to himself more than Harry. "Yes," Harry said, without cruelty. "But the question of timing is complicated and you know the cost of moving too early." Dumbledore looked at him. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" Harry said. "You made a judgment call under uncertainty with incomplete information. That's what all decisions are." He looked at Quirrell's unconscious face. "He's not a bad person. He was a frightened one who made a very bad mistake. He sought power in exactly the wrong place and paid for it with a year of his mind." He paused. The fragment said it to the air. It never asked Quirrell whether he was willing. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The stone. You had it." "Briefly," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at it on the floor. "You put it down." "It belongs to Flamel," Harry said. "And it's a problem wherever it is because of what it represents. What you do with it is your decision. I'd suggest having a serious conversation with Nicholas about whether it needs to continue existing, but that's not my call." He stood, brushing dust from the back of his robes. "Voldemort has other ways to restore himself. The stone would have been a shortcut, but it's not the only path and we shouldn't feel like we've ended anything by keeping it from him tonight." Dumbledore was looking at him with that expression, the recalibration one, the one that appeared when Harry said something that rearranged the furniture of what the headmaster had expected. "You spoke to him," Dumbledore said. "To the fragment." "I tried to." "What did you say?" Harry thought about how to compress it. "I told him the truth about what he is," he said. "What he did to himself and why and what he lost in doing it." He paused. "He didn't receive it well in the moment. But things land differently when you're not fighting. Whatever piece of him is left to do anything, he'll think about it." He pulled his robe straight. "It might not matter. It might not change anything. But I don't see the point in an enemy who only understands that you can beat them. I'd rather have an enemy who understands that you see them clearly." Dumbledore stood, looking at Harry with the look that had been developing all term, the look that had started as recalculation and was becoming something else, something more personal and less strategic. "You are, in some ways," he said carefully, "the strangest child I have ever met." "I'm not only a child," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said. "No, you're not. But you are also that, and I find I am glad of it." He reached into his robes and produced his wand, beginning the careful work of levitating Quirrell for transport. "I'm glad you're here, Harry." Harry looked at Quirrell's pale, slack face and felt the complicated feeling of a situation resolved and not resolved, cleaned up and not clean. "The Horcruxes are the actual problem," he said. "Once we understand how many and where, one step at a time," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "But soon. Before the next Quirrell." They moved through the chambers together, Harry walking ahead, the obstacles stepping aside for him as they'd done on the way in, the devil's snare pulling back, the keys settling, the chess pieces clearing the board. Fluffy raised 3 heads at their return, looked at Harry, and lay down again with the immediate trust of a creature that had been awake for something and was glad to be relieved of it. At the 3rd-floor corridor door, Ron and Neville were waiting. Not at McGonagall's office. At the door. With the expressions of 2 people who had decided that the useful thing was close enough to the corridor that they could do it quickly if needed, and that the distinction between the useful thing and the impressive but risky thing perhaps allowed some geographic flexibility in interpretation. Harry looked at them. Ron had his arms crossed and was attempting to look like he'd just happened to be passing. Neville was holding Trevor with both hands and looked like a person who had spent 40 minutes in quiet terror and was very relieved to have something to do with his hands. "Useful thing?" Harry said. "We were about to go," Ron said. "We were literally about to leave." Absolutely, Neville confirmed, with the slightly overcommit certainty of someone who had not been about to leave. Harry looked at both of them and felt the warmth of it, their fear on his behalf, their refusal to be entirely out of range, the very human and very specific loyalty of people who would nominally follow instructions and actually just stay close enough to matter. "Thank you," he said. Neville exhaled like a man who'd been holding his breath for 40 minutes, which he probably had. Ron uncrossed his arms and said, "Is it done?" "For now," Harry said. "For now," Ron repeated, with the tone of someone noting this qualification for future reference. "Right." He fell into step beside Harry as they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, Neville on the other side, Dumbledore behind them managing Quirrell's levitation with quiet efficiency. "So. For Christmas, I thought we could ask the elves for actual good food rather than whatever the house puts out. Fred says if you ask specifically they do an incredible, Ron," Neville said. "What? He looks like he could use a good meal." Harry, walking between them through the stone corridors of a castle built on foundations he'd laid 3,000 years ago, listened to Ron explain the specific merits of the house elf Christmas breakfast roster with evangelical commitment, and let the warmth of the ordinary conversation do what ordinary conversation did. It filled in the spaces, smoothed the sharp edges, made the world human-sized again after stretches of it being something else. The pendant was cool and still at his throat. Above them, the castle breathed. Outside, the Scottish winter lay over everything in clean white silence, and somewhere in the dark beyond the walls, a fragment moved through the night, diminished and directionless, carrying the echo of questions it hadn't expected to be asked. Harry walked home through the warm corridors, and did not look back. Chapter 6. The weight of old names. January came back to Hogwarts with Hermione Granger and a bag so full of books she'd had to charm it twice on the platform at King's Cross, which her father had watched with the expression of a man updating his model of what his daughter had become over the last 4 months. Harry met her at the castle entrance. She took one look at him, the particular comprehensive look she did, the one that started at the eyes and worked outward, and said, "Something happened." "Quirrell," he said. "Before Christmas. I'll tell you everything." She set her bag down on the stone step and looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to be angry first or ask questions first, and questions won because they always won. He told her everything, standing on the castle steps in the January cold while the other returning students flowed around them, and she listened without interrupting, which for Hermione was a genuine act of discipline. When he finished she said, "The stone. Still here. Dumbledore's deciding what to do with it. The fragment. Gone from Quirrell. Still out there in whatever dispersed form it has." He paused. "Quirrell is in St. Mungo's. They don't know if he'll recover fully." She looked at him. "And you?" "I'm fine," he said. "You keep saying that." "Because it keeps being true," he said. She picked up her bag. "I read 14 books over the holiday," she said, which was her version of "I was thinking about you the whole time and here is the evidence." 3 of them were about pre-medieval magical theory. 2 were about soul magic, which is a deeply unpleasant field of study but relevant. She started up the steps. "And I found something." "Tell me inside," he said. "It's cold." She told him in the library, at their usual table in the back corner where Madame Pants had stopped pretending she wasn't listening to their conversations and had begun making occasional contributions, in the way that librarians did when the subject matter became sufficiently interesting to override professional neutrality. The book Hermione had found was from a private collection. Her parents had taken her to an academic second-hand bookshop in London that dealt in rare texts, knowing their daughter's particular relationship with books of any kind, and she'd found it on the 4th shelf of the restricted occult section under a biography of a Victorian naturalist that had been shelved in front of it by someone who either had no organizational system or had a very particular one. It was called Anima Divisa, the divided soul, and it was written in Latin by a 16th-century Italian magical scholar who had apparently spent 40 years studying the theoretical and practical mechanics of what he delicately called extreme soul modification. Hermione had translated the relevant sections over the holiday with the focused intensity of someone who found even unpleasant knowledge preferable to ignorance. He described 7 as the theoretically maximum number, she said, turning to her annotations in the margin. Not because 7 is inherently meaningful to the magic, it's because the structural stability of a divided soul collapses beyond 7 divisions. Below 7, each fragment retains enough of the original soul's cohesion to function independently. Above it, the fragments lose coherence and begin to degrade. She looked up. He says there's no documented case of anyone actually achieving 7. Most accounts describe 2 or 3. How many do you think Voldemort has? Harry asked. I don't know, she said. But if he's been systematically creating them since, the timeline of his activities suggests he started in his Hogwarts years, possibly even earlier, which means, she stopped. Harry, if he created them at significant moments in his life, across decades, we could be looking at, several, Harry said. Spread across objects he'd consider meaningful. How do we find them? Carefully, he said. Madame Pants, from 3 shelves away, said, very quietly, the Magicarum Antiquitatum in section 7 has a chapter on detection methodology for fragmented soul anchors. A pause, and then, in a tone that suggested she was not in the habit of making offers like this, I can unlock that section. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Thank you, Madame Pants, Harry said. She appeared around the corner of the shelf with her characteristic expression of someone who found the world's treatment of books personally offensive and had been fighting the good fight for decades. She looked at Harry with the specific attention she'd been giving him since September, not the layered social attention of the other faculty, but the simple structural attention of a woman who cared about old things and recognized one. She turned without another word and led them to section 7. The ministry's response to the events of December 23 arrived in the form of 2 separate owls on the 14th of January, which told Harry something about how the ministry processed information, slowly and in parallel, the left hand taking 2 weeks to be briefed on what the right hand was doing. The first owl was from Bartemius Crouch's office, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and its letter was precise and formal and asked for a detailed account of the events of the 23rd. Not a request. A formal procedural notice. Harry read it, noted the tone, and wrote back a clear and complete account of what had happened, Quirrell's attempt to reach the stone, the confrontation in the final chamber, Quirrell's current condition, without editorializing and without omitting the part where he'd expelled the fragment himself. He suspected that would be the paragraph they read 3 times. The second owl was from someone called Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, and its letter was a different kind of document entirely, longer, warmer in tone, practically oleaginous in its opening paragraph's appreciation for Harry's contribution to magical Britain's safety, and carefully vague about everything that appreciation was specifically in response to. It concluded with an invitation to a meeting at the ministry at Harry's earliest convenience. Harry showed it to Dumbledore at their next translation session. Dumbledore read it with the expression of a man who had been reading Cornelius Fudge's letters for many years and had developed a very accurate sense of what they actually said beneath what they appeared to say. He wants to see you, Dumbledore said. He's been wanting to see you since July. The events of December have given him a better reason. What does he want from it? Harry asked. Association, Dumbledore said, and his voice was precise on the word, a scalpel rather than a club. The minister is a man who understands politics as a system of proximity. If he can be seen to be in communication with you, to be your point of contact in the ministry, your advocate, he paused. He would very much like to be the person who guided Harry Potter's relationship with the magical world. And how does he feel about what I am? Harry asked. Beyond the boy who lived story. The actual thing. Dumbledore considered this carefully. He doesn't know what to do with it, he said finally. Fudge is not a stupid man, but his intelligence is institutional. He is very good at understanding the structures that exist and navigating within them. He is considerably less good at understanding things that exist outside those structures. He set the letter down. The events of December have been contained as much as possible from the public record. Quirrell's hospitalization is attributed to a magical accident. The stone's existence and Voldemort's involvement are not in any ministry report. Why? Harry said. Because Fudge does not believe Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore said. He has been given the evidence and he does not believe it, because believing it would require him to take actions that would destabilize the political situation he has spent 12 years carefully maintaining. The precision in Dumbledore's voice now had an edge, faint but present. I have had this conversation with him 5 times since December. We have not reached an agreement. Harry looked at the letter from Fudge. Then he looked at Dumbledore. You think I should go? I think, Dumbledore said carefully, that you have your own judgment about these things and should exercise it. A pause. I also think that whatever you say in that meeting will have more impact than anything I could say, and I have been saying things to Cornelius Fudge for a long time with diminishing returns. This was not managing him. This was genuinely consulting him, and Harry recognized the difference. I'll go, he said. Next Saturday. Dumbledore nodded, and something in his expression relaxed very slightly, the particular relaxation of a person who has been carrying a problem alone for a long time and has just, for the first time, been able to put part of it down. The story, when it broke sideways. A journalist named Rita Skeeter, whose name Harry had already encountered in the margins of several books that mentioned the wizarding press with varying degrees of disgust, managed to print something in the Daily Prophet on the 17th of January that was not the full story but was enough of the story to make the full story suddenly necessary. The headline was, Boy Who Lives Mysterious Power, Wandless Wonder or Dangerous Anomaly. Harry read it at breakfast. The article was a feat of its particular kind. It contained approximately 40% accurate information, assembled in a configuration designed to produce the maximum possible anxiety in its readers. Yes, Harry had no wand. Yes, there had been an incident at Hogwarts before Christmas. Yes, sources close to the ministry were concerned about the regulatory implications of a student who operated outside the established magical framework. The word anomaly appeared 4 times. The word dangerous appeared 3. There was a photograph. Skeeter had apparently gotten it from someone at Diagon Alley in August, a long-lens shot of Harry outside Gringotts, the pendant visible, the ring visible, his eyes in the photograph catching the light in a way that reproduced their luminous quality with uncomfortable accuracy. He looked, in the photograph, entirely different from the Daily Prophet's usual photographs of him, the smiling slightly uncertain orphan that had been printed repeatedly since he was a year old. He looked, in this photograph, like someone who knew exactly where he was standing. The Great Hall had the quality of a space where everyone was reading the same thing simultaneously and processing it in their individual ways. Ron, beside him, had read it faster than seemed possible and was currently vibrating with indignation. She got nothing right, he said. This bit about, listen, sources suggest that Potter's unconventional magical status may have its origins in the same dark event that killed his parents. She's implying, I know what she's implying, Harry said. She's saying you're dangerous because of Voldemort, Ron said, still vibrating. Like the magic is corrupted or something, Ron, Harry said. I know. I read it. Are you angry? Harry thought about this with the genuine consideration he gave most questions. No, he said. She got some things right accidentally and arranged them incorrectly and used them to build a story that serves a particular purpose. That's what that kind of journalist does. Being angry at it is like being angry at weather. Neville, across the table, was looking at Harry with the expression he had when he was working up to something. What are you going to do about it? Nothing immediately, Harry said. Reacting to it now gives it more weight. But, he looked at the photograph. The story is out now in some form. Which means the actual story should probably also be out in some form, on its own terms, rather than leaving the field to Rita Skeeter's version. You want to talk to the press? Hermione said, with the tone of someone who had strong opinions about the press and its reliability. Not Skeeter, Harry said. Someone else. Someone who actually asks questions rather than prints answers they already decided on. He put the prophet down. Do you know anything about a journalist named Luna Lovegood's father? The Quibbler. Hermione blinked. The quibbler is considered, it's very unconventional. Most people treat it as mythology, Harry said. She stopped. I've noticed, Harry said, that the things people call mythology tend to have a source. Cornelius Fudge's office was on the third level of the ministry, important enough to have a view, comfortable enough to signal authority without excess, decorated with the careful neutrality of a man who was trying to be palatable to the maximum possible number of people simultaneously. The walls held framed copies of favorable prophet headlines. A photograph of Fudge shaking hands with various people of apparent significance covered most of one shelf. The desk was large and clean in the way of desks that didn't see a great deal of actual work. Fudge himself was, Harry assessed him in the first 30 seconds with the quick completeness that had become natural to him, a man who wore authority the way people wore clothes they'd been given rather than chosen, not badly, but slightly wrong in a way that was visible when you knew what to look for. He had a good face for politics, round, warm, approachable, and eyes that were a bit too careful for the warmth to be entirely convincing. He stood when Harry entered and extended his hand with the practiced warmth of someone who had shaken thousands of hands and had learned to make each one feel personal. Harry shook it. Harry, Fudge said, and the use of the first name was a choice, establishing a register of closeness that had not been earned. Thank you for coming. Sit down, please. Tea. Thank you, Harry said, and sat. The tea came from a pot that poured itself. Harry watched this without reaction while Fudge arranged himself behind the desk with the slight visible relief of a person who was more comfortable with a piece of furniture between himself and whatever he was dealing with. First, Fudge said, I want to say, on behalf of the ministry and indeed the whole wizarding world, that what you did before Christmas was extraordinary. The courage involved, I'd like to talk about Voldemort, Harry said. The name landed in the office like a stone in a pond, and the ripples were informative. Fudge's face performed a rapid sequence of expressions, the flinch at the name, the recovery, the careful recalibration of what kind of meeting this was. Well, the being formerly known as, the individual, Voldemort, Harry said, steadily and without performance. Tom Riddle, specifically, the soul fragment that was possessing Professor Quirrell. It's not gone. It was expelled from its host, but the original division of the soul means other fragments exist. He will attempt to return to a physical form through other means. He looked at Fudge directly. I need to know that the ministry is treating this as an active threat. Fudge held his gaze for a moment, and then looked at his tea. Harry, may I call you Harry? You already have, Harry said. Harry, the evidence for what you're suggesting is, at present, circumstantial. Professor Quirrell's condition is consistent with a number of possible, he was possessed by a soul fragment of Voldemort, Harry said. I know this with certainty. I was in the room with it for 20 minutes. You're 11 years old, Fudge said, and said it not unkindly but with the tone of a man playing the card he decided was his strongest. However remarkable your abilities, the interpretation of, Minister, Harry said, and his voice changed, just slightly, not louder, not harder, but with the quality of depth he didn't usually bring to bear in casual conversation, the quality that was older than his voice had any business being. I want to tell you something, and I'd like you to actually hear it rather than file it for later. Fudge stopped talking. It was the same thing that happened with Vernon in the kitchen on his birthday, not coercion, not force, just the quality of someone paying complete and total attention, and the quality itself making space for what was about to be said. What Voldemort did to himself, the specific magical act that created the soul fragments, is an act of irreversible self-diminishment, Harry said. What returned in Quirrell was a piece of something, not the whole. But even pieces of that magnitude can do enormous damage. My parents are dead because of this specific person. Dozens of other people are dead. The psychological damage to an entire generation of the wizarding world is measurable and ongoing. He paused. I understand that acknowledging his return is politically inconvenient. I understand that the 12 years of relative peace are easier to maintain as a narrative if we agree to believe they represent a permanent state. But they don't. And the cost of the ministry's unpreparedness, when the full restoration comes, and it will come, will be paid in people's lives. Fudge was very still. I'm not asking for panic, Harry said. I'm not asking for a public announcement. I'm asking for the ministry to do its job, to investigate, to prepare, to take seriously the information that multiple sources including Albus Dumbledore have been providing for months. He put his teacup down with the quiet finality of a period at the end of a sentence. I am going to be a factor in whatever happens. That's not modesty or its opposite, it's simply accurate. And I would much rather be a factor working with the ministry than around it. The silence in the office was the kind that meant something was happening beneath the surface, not the silence of a person drawing a blank but the silence of a person reorganizing. What, Fudge said finally, and his voice was smaller than it had been at the start of the meeting, would you have us do? A task force, Harry said. Small, capable, not publicly announced. Led by someone with genuine investigative skill, not someone politically safe but someone competent. Brief Dumbledore fully on its operations and let him advise. Begin looking for the objects that anchor the remaining fragments. He paused. And stop treating the name like a weapon. Every time the wizarding world refuses to say Voldemort's name, it confirms that you're afraid of him, which confirms his power over you. Say his name. It's just a name. Fudge looked at him. He looked at him for a long time. You're very, he said, and didn't finish it. I know, Harry said. I'm working on it. He stood. Thank you for the tea, Minister. He left. In the atrium on his way out, he passed a witch in ministry robes moving in the opposite direction who stopped and looked at him and said, You're Harry Potter, with the particular tone of someone who had been reading the prophet. Yes, he said. She looked at him the way people had been looking at him since July, the layered look, the one where the social recognition and the deeper magical recognition were happening simultaneously. What did you say to him? She asked, nodding upward, toward the third level. The truth, Harry said. As clearly as I could. She looked at him a moment longer. Then, good, she said, with the flat conviction of someone who had been wanting exactly that to happen for quite a while, and walked on. The owls started arriving on the 20th. Not to the ministry. To Hogwarts, to Harry specifically, via the Ollery, which was not quite prepared for the volume. The Skeeter article had moved through the wizarding world in the way that stories moved when they touched something people had been uncertain about for a long time. It had not produced the anxiety she'd presumably intended but had instead opened a conversation that had been waiting to be had. People wrote to him. Not fan mail, mostly, or not only fan mail. People writing with the specific quality of those who have been carrying something quietly and finally had an address to send it to. Parents of children with unusual magical abilities who'd been told by the ministry that the abilities were anomalous and should be suppressed. Muggle-born witches and wizards who had experienced systematic discouragement in ways that had nothing to do with their actual ability. People whose families had suffered losses in the First War who wanted to know, simply, directly, whether it was true that Voldemort was still out there in some form. Harry read every letter. This took 3 evenings. Hermione sat with him while he read on the first evening, initially with her own work and gradually with nothing, just sitting and watching his face move through the contents of the letters with the specific attention he gave everything, complete, without hurry. You're going to answer them, she said. Not a question. Most of them, he said. Not all, some of them are looking for reassurance I can't honestly give. But the ones asking real questions deserve real answers. That will take time, he said. Yes. That's fine. She was quiet for a moment. You know what's happening, she said. With the letters. With the Fudge meeting. With the Prophet article. You know what it looks like. He set a letter down. Tell me what it looks like to you. Like you're becoming, she said carefully, a center of gravity. People orienting around you. Not because you've done anything to make them, just because the mass is there and gravity works whether you intend it or not. She looked at him steadily. Is that something you want? He thought about this for the full length it deserved. I want the problem solved, he said. I want the Horcruxes found and Voldemort dealt with properly and the Ministry to stop operating in denial of an active threat and the systematic discouragement of non-traditional magical expression to stop because it's wasteful and harmful. He paused. If becoming a center of gravity is what makes those things possible, then yes. But it's not the thing I want. The things are the thing. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, I'll help you write the letters. I know you will, he said. Don't say it like you knew I would before I said it. You had already moved your transfiguration notes to the side and taken out a blank parchment, he said. She looked down at her hands. I was going to use this for something else, she said, slightly unconvincingly. He smiled. She turned the parchment over with great dignity and began drafting a template for the letters that addressed the most common themes, which was exactly the right approach and they both knew it, and neither of them said anything more about it. The meeting with Draco Malfoy happened on a Thursday afternoon. Harry had not arranged it, but he'd been expecting it. Draco's attention over the term had the quality of a person working up to something, the antagonism running at a slightly lower temperature than it had on the train, occasionally replaced by something more covert, the look of someone watching a proof they hadn't agreed to admit was working. It happened in the corridor outside Potions, the other students filing past toward dinner, and Draco engineered the moment with more subtlety than Harry had expected. Crabbe and Goyle sent ahead, a pause to retie a shoelace that resulted in him and Harry being briefly alone in the thinning corridor. The article, Draco said, not looking at Harry but looking at the wall with the carefully maintained disinterest of someone for whom the conversation was purely theoretical. In the Prophet. Yes. Harry said. My father, Draco said, thinks you're destabilizing. Does your father think that, or did he write to the Prophet to suggest it? A pause. He has concerns about, Draco, Harry said, and used the name with the directness he used all names, without familiarity or distance but with simple acknowledgement that a specific person was standing there. What do you think? The question landed the same way it had on the train, like something unexpected, the use of his name and the direct address to his own position rather than his family's. Draco's jaw moved. He looked at the wall. My father says the old families have maintained the structure of the wizarding world for centuries, he said. That the system works because of the people who've been its foundation. Your father is partly right, Harry said. The old families do carry genuine magical heritage. The history is real. But the structure they've been maintaining for centuries was not built by them. It was built on foundations that predate them entirely. He paused. The world your father believes he's preserving, I built the substrate it runs on. The magical convergence points, the foundational enchantments that every school and institution and protected location in Britain sits on, those are mine. Not the ministries. Not the old families. Mine. He said it without aggression, just with the flat accuracy of a property statement. Which means the argument that certain people have a right to determine the terms of magical society because of their ancient lineage, runs directly into the fact that the oldest lineage here is mine. Draco stared at him. I'm not saying this to take anything from you, Harry said. I'm saying it because you've been taught a story about history that has a significant gap in it, and filling that gap changes what the story means. You're not defending an ancient order. You're defending a relatively recent interpretation of an ancient order, built by people who didn't have access to the full picture. How is any of this? Draco stopped. Started again. You can't just, the ring, Harry said. Draco's eyes went to it involuntarily, the way they'd done on the train, the same flicker of something beneath the contempt. Your family's magic is old enough to recognize it, Harry said. Not consciously. You don't have an intellectual memory of what this means. But ancestral magic works in the blood, and the blood is old enough to know. He watched Draco's face doing the thing it did when confronted with something that couldn't be argued against because it wasn't an argument but a fact. I'm not asking you to abandon everything you've been taught. I'm asking you to consider that the story has more chapters than the ones you've been given. The corridor was empty now, the last students gone toward dinner, and Draco stood in it with the expression of a person whose scaffolding was being tested in a way it wasn't designed to withstand. "My father would," he started. "Your father is protecting something real," Harry said. "Heritage, tradition, a way of being in the world that has genuine value. He's just using it in service of something that isn't real, the idea that some people's magic is more valid than others. Those are separate things and you're old enough to separate them." He started walking. "Come to dinner, Draco. The food's going to be cold." He walked away. Behind him, after a moment, he heard Draco's footsteps, not immediately following, but eventually, walking in the same direction with the slightly off-pace quality of someone who hadn't decided to move yet but was moving anyway, carried along by something he didn't have a name for. Dumbledore called Harry to his office on the last Saturday of January. The tone of this meeting was different from the ones that had come before. The translation sessions had their rhythm now, comfortable and productive, and this felt different before Harry had even sat down. Dumbledore was behind his desk rather than in the armchair he used for their working sessions, and the portraits of previous headmasters on the walls were paying attention with the specific alertness of conscious paintings that knew something significant was happening. "I have had," Dumbledore said, "3 communications this week from the Board of Governors." Harry waited. "They are concerned," Dumbledore said, "about the, I'll use their language, autonomous behavior of a student in a matter that they argue should have been handled by school administration." He looked at Harry with the expression he used when he was being simultaneously honest and careful. "They mean the events of December. They also, more broadly, mean the ministry meeting, the letters, and the general pattern of you acting as an independent agent rather than a student under the school's authority," Harry said. "Guidance," Dumbledore said, with the slight emphasis that marked the word choice as deliberate and meaningful. Harry looked at him. "Are you asking me to behave differently?" "No," Dumbledore said. "I am telling you that the board is asking me to ask you to behave differently, so that you are aware of it." He paused. "I told the board that Hogwarts' role was to provide Harry Potter with an education, not to determine the scope of his engagement with the world." He paused again. They were not entirely satisfied with this answer. Harry felt something in this that was worth noting, not warning, but alignment. Dumbledore had gone to the board and defended him. Not with management or with reassurance but with a principled statement about what Hogwarts was for. "Thank you," he said. "There is something else," Dumbledore said. He opened a desk drawer and placed a letter on the desk between them. "This arrived yesterday. From Lucius Malfoy." Harry picked it up. The letter was beautifully written, precise, formal, with the quality of someone who had been educated in persuasion as a skill from childhood. It was addressed to Dumbledore and it was, in its most essential form, a complaint about Harry's conversation with Draco in the corridor on Thursday. Draco had apparently told his father about it, or Lucius had other eyes in the castle, which was not impossible, and the letter expressed deep concern about the inappropriate influence being exerted on impressionable students and questioned the school's judgment in allowing a student of uncertain and unregulated magical nature to propagate historical revisionism. Harry set it down. He looked at the phrase historical revisionism for a moment. "He's not wrong that I'm revising the history," he said. "The history he's working from is incomplete." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Though I suspect that's the part he objects to least. The part he objects to most is that it's working." "Draco is thinking," Harry said. Draco came to breakfast Friday morning and sat at the Slytherin table for 40 minutes without speaking and then asked Theodore not whether he'd read anything about pre-Hogwarts magical history, Dumbledore said, and something warm and dry moved through his voice. Pansy Parkinson reportedly found this baffling. Gregory Goyle reportedly found it alarming. Theodore not apparently said he hadn't but thought the Hogwarts library might have something. Harry almost smiled. "Good." Dumbledore looked at him. "Lucius Malfoy is not a simple antagonist," he said. "I want to be clear about that. He is intelligent, connected, and genuinely committed to a worldview that he has very good personal reasons to defend. He will not respond to being outmaneuvered the way lesser opponents do, he will adjust, reconfigure, and find leverage. I know, Harry said. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore went still. If Voldemort's return becomes politically visible, Harry said, the question of who was involved in his first rise becomes directly relevant again. Lucius Malfoy's involvement was significant and he has spent 12 years presenting it as coercion. He looked at Dumbledore. He needs Voldemort to stay dormant as a concept. If the Ministry acknowledges the active threat, Lucius's history becomes a liability. He paused. Which means Lucius has a very strong personal motive for undermining anything that supports the narrative that Voldemort is an ongoing problem. Dumbledore was very quiet. He was at the Board of Governors, Harry said. He is on the Board of Governors, Dumbledore confirmed. Then the complaints aren't about me, Harry said. Or not only. They're about the larger project of containing the narrative. He picked up the letter and looked at it again. He's not going to stop with letters. No, Dumbledore said. He won't. They sat with this for a moment. Outside the windows of the office, the January dark was complete, the grounds invisible, the castle holding its warmth against the cold with the steady competence of something that had been doing this for 900 years. The Horcruxes, Harry said. I want to start looking properly. Not alone, with you, with the resources the school has. Madame Pants found a detection methodology text in section 7. I want to start applying it. He looked at Dumbledore. We have time right now. The fragment from Quirrell is loose and directionless. Before it finds another host or another path, we should move. I agree, Dumbledore said, and he said it with the immediacy of someone who had been waiting to be asked exactly this. And I want to write to Flamel, Harry said. About the stone. He should hear the full account and be part of the decision about what happens to it. Also agreed, Dumbledore said. Nicholas will want to meet you. I'd like that, Harry said. He gathered himself to leave and then paused at the office door, looking at the portraits of the former headmasters, who were doing their best to appear casually engaged in their painted activities while very clearly listening. Phineas Nigellus Black was pretending to read a book. Armando Dippet was staring directly at Harry with the expression of someone who had completely forgotten to pretend. Professor, Harry said. Yes. The Board of Governors. Lucius Malfoy specifically. He looked at Dumbledore. He shouldn't be on it. Not given his history and not given his current interests. I don't know the mechanism for removal, but it's something that should happen. Dumbledore looked at him. That is, he said, a significant political undertaking. Yes, Harry agreed. But it's the right one. He opened the door. The foundations matter. And right now one of the people with the most influence over this institution has motives that run directly against its students' well-being. He paused. I'll let you decide how and when. But it should be on the list. He left. Behind him, in the portrait frames, 12 former headmasters sat in 12 painted chairs and did not pretend to be looking at anything else at all. Chapter 7. Sovereign February arrived with the particular quality of a month that knew it was the least beloved on the calendar and had stopped trying. The grounds were grey and iron cold, the lake frozen at the edges, the forbidden forest standing against the sky like a dark idea. Inside, Hogwarts ran its winter warmth through the corridors and the common rooms and the classrooms, and life went on with the comfortable density of a term that had found its rhythm. Harry had found his. He was up before 6 most mornings, in the hidden room off the library while the castle was still half asleep, working through the foundational record with the methodical patience of someone recovering a language that lived in them already and needed only time and exposure to become fully fluent. The room had become something between a study and a sanctuary, the silver-white light steady regardless of the hour, the ancient book on its reading stand, the stone warm under his hands when he pressed them to the floor in the way he sometimes did, listening to the deep structural hum of the convergence lines far below. He thought of it as maintenance. The way you maintain a house, not grand work, mostly, just attention. The small adjustments that kept the enchantments running cleanly, the occasional deeper interaction with the foundations when something needed settling. The castle communicated in the way old things communicated, through quality and texture rather than explicit language, through the particular warmth of stone under a palm or the specific harmonic shift of an enchantment that needed looking at. He'd been working on detection methodology for the Horcruxes with Dumbledore since late January. Madame Pants had unlocked Section 7 completely, which had produced an expression on Hermione's face of such overwhelming gratitude that Madame Pants had been visibly moved and then immediately pretended she hadn't been. The methodology was painstaking and required cross-referencing 3 different theoretical frameworks, but it was working. They had a partial map, a set of probable characteristics for the anchor objects, and one strong lead that Dumbledore was pursuing through channels Harry wasn't part of yet, though Dumbledore had been transparent about the fact that he was pursuing it, which was what mattered. The task force at the Ministry was operating, with the grinding inefficiency of a bureaucracy doing something it hadn't been designed for but had been pushed firmly enough toward that it had no graceful exit. Fudge had appointed a woman called Amelia Bones to lead it, which Harry suspected was less Fudge's own idea than the result of people around Fudge having strong opinions about who was competent. Amelia Bones, from the 2 letters she'd sent Harry with questions about the December incident, was direct and thorough and had the professional manner of someone who wanted facts rather than stories. Harry had written back at length. The letters from the wizarding public continued to arrive, in diminishing but sustained volume. Harry and Hermione had answered the first wave. The second wave had been more selective, focused on the ones raising concrete questions or specific situations that deserved a response. There were people in the wizarding world, more than he'd expected, who had been living quietly with magical abilities that didn't fit the standard framework, who had been managing experiences of magic that their community had no language for, and who found in the simple fact of Harry's existence a permission they'd been needing and hadn't known where to ask for. He answered these letters carefully. He didn't offer solutions. He offered acknowledgement, and sometimes information, and always the plain statement that non-standard magical expression was valid and worth understanding rather than suppressing. Hermione told him this was quietly political. He said that everything was quietly political when it involved how people were treated. She'd written that down. The Quibbler interview happened on a Saturday in the middle of February. Xenophilius Lovegood arrived at Hogsmeade with his daughter Luna, who was in her first year at Hogwarts, and who Harry had met briefly twice before, once in the corridor near the Ravenclaw common room and once in the library, where she'd been reading a book upside down with the concentration of someone who found this the natural orientation. She was small and fair-haired and had the quality of someone whose inner life was so complete and self-sufficient that the external world was more of an interesting gallery to move through than an environment to participate in. She had looked at Harry when they'd met in the library and said, "You're like the castle," in a tone of simple observation, and gone back to her upside-down book. Harry had thought about that for 3 days. Xenophilius was not what the wizarding establishment's dismissal of the Quibbler had suggested. He was tall, unusual-looking, with the specific quality of eccentricity that came from genuinely not caring what things looked like as long as they were true, which Harry found immediately comfortable. He had a journalist's attention, not Skeeter's predatory version, the attention that was always hunting for the angle that would make the best story, but the older version, the attention that was actually trying to understand something. They met in the Three Broomsticks, at a corner table, and Xenophilius produced a quick quotes quill which he then put away when Harry looked at it, substituting a standard quill and parchment. "The quick quotes hears what it wants to hear," Xenophilius said, by way of explanation, and Harry found this immediately promising. Luna sat beside her father and ate a butterbeer with the serene attention of someone who found everything approximately equally interesting. Harry talked for 2 hours. He talked about what he was, as clearly and accurately as he could, without drama and without diminishment. He talked about the foundations, the convergence points, the elven history that underlay the wizarding world's infrastructure. He talked about the wands shattering on his birthday and what that meant about the nature of the magic involved. He talked about Hogwarts and what the castle was built on. He was careful and specific and honest, and Xenophilius asked good questions, the kind that revealed genuine understanding of what was being said rather than the kind designed to produce a quotable phrase. He talked about Voldemort. Not everything, not the Horcrux methodology, not the task force, nothing that would compromise operations that needed operational security. But he talked about what Voldemort was, what he'd done to himself, what the fragment in Quirrell had been like, and what it meant that the fragment was still extant somewhere in the world. He talked about the Ministry's reluctance to acknowledge the threat and why the reluctance was dangerous. He talked about the letters he'd received and what they said about the wizarding world's relationship with magical diversity. At the end of 2 hours, Xenophilius set down his quill and looked at Harry with the expression of a man who had spent his career in the margins of credibility and was having the specific experience of being vindicated in a way he hadn't expected. "They'll say it's the Quibbler," Xenophilius said. "They'll use the publication as a reason not to engage with the content." "Some of them will," Harry agreed. "The ones who need reasons not to engage. The ones who are ready to engage will read it regardless of where it's printed." He paused. "The prophet has the reach. The Quibbler has the honesty. I'd rather have the honesty." Luna, without looking up from her butterbeer, said, "The Nargles will be very interested." Harry looked at her. "What do you think, Luna?" She looked up with eyes that were a very pale gray and had the quality of windows, transparent, light-admitting, the view through them both clear and strange. "I think you're doing the right thing," she said. "And I think it will be hard before it's easy. But most things that matter are." She considered. "The castle told you the same thing, I expect." He looked at her. "The castle told me it had been waiting," he said. "Yes," she said, as though this confirmed something. "It would have been lonely." He thought about this for a moment, 3,000 years of the foundation sitting under 9 centuries of a school, holding everything that had been built on them, waiting with the patient certainty of stone. "Yes," he said. "I think it probably was." The Quibbler piece ran in March and the wizarding world reacted the way bodies of water reacted to stones, with ripples moving outward in every direction simultaneously, the pattern determined by what was in the water's path. The prophet ran a response piece that was mostly about the Quibbler's credibility and the dangers of platforming unverified historical claims, which Harry had expected and which said nothing about the actual content of the interview, which he'd also expected. Fudge sent a carefully worded letter that managed to simultaneously express concern and appreciation in a ratio that told Harry the minister was genuinely uncertain which way this would fall and was keeping his options open. Lucius Malfoy was quiet. This was more notable than noise would have been. The absence of an immediate response from the man who had been generating Board of Governors complaints and oling Dumbledore with precise frequency since January meant one of two things: either the article had hit harder than expected and required a longer response time, or the response was going to come through channels that weren't owls and formal letters. Harry told Dumbledore both interpretations. Dumbledore said, "I believe both are correct simultaneously," which was the kind of answer Harry appreciated. But the response he hadn't expected, the one that moved him more than the ministry letter and the prophet rebuttal combined, came from an unexpected direction on a Tuesday morning at breakfast when a Hufflepuff second-year named Hannah Abbott walked up to the Gryffindor table with the expression of someone performing an act of determined courage, set a folded piece of parchment beside Harry's plate, said, "My parents asked me to give you this," and walked back to her table at a pace slightly faster than was entirely natural. The letter was from Abbott's parents. Her mother had been Muggle-born and had experienced systematic suppression of her more unusual magical abilities early in her education, abilities that didn't fit the wand-based framework and had been described by her teachers as unreliable. She'd spent 20 years believing they were a deficiency. The Quibbler piece, her mother wrote, had made her cry for an hour and then feel more like herself than she had since she was 8 years old. Harry read it twice. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket and went back to his breakfast and said nothing, and Hermione, who had watched him read it, said nothing either, and the morning went on. At lunch she said, quietly, "How many of those are there going to be?" "Enough to matter," he said. The confrontation with Lucius Malfoy happened in April. It came through the Board of Governors, the formal channel, the one with institutional weight behind it. The board called a meeting at Hogwarts, which was unusual but within its powers, citing concerns about the management of a student whose activities had exceeded appropriate student scope and requesting a formal review of the protocols governing Mr. Potter's educational arrangement. Harry was not officially invited to the meeting. He went anyway. He walked into the meeting room on the second floor, a formal space, high ceilings, a long table, the board members arranged along one side and Dumbledore at the head, and sat down in the empty chair across from them with the ease of someone who had been expected and was simply the last to arrive. The board was 12 people. 7 of them looked at Harry with the mixture of social uncertainty and deeper magical recognition he'd become accustomed to. 3 looked at him with the performing neutrality of people who had been instructed to appear neutral. 1 looked at him with the specific alertness of someone who had read the Quibbler piece 3 times. And Lucius Malfoy looked at him with the composed, unhurried assessment of a man who had been preparing for this particular meeting for months and was confident in his preparation. He was, Harry noted, exactly what Dumbledore had said, not a simple antagonist. The intelligence was real, the composure was earned rather than performed, and the commitment to his worldview was genuine in the way that the most dangerous commitments were genuine, not cynical manipulation but actual belief. Mr. Potter, said the board chair, a witch named Griselda Marchbanks who was very old and had the quality of someone who had been observing the world long enough to be genuinely difficult to surprise. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for having me, Harry said. Though I noticed the agenda didn't include my name, which I took as an oversight rather than an intention. Marchbanks looked at him with something in her expression that might have been amusement. Indeed. Let's proceed. The board has convened to discuss certain concerns about the conduct of a current student. I'll speak to the concerns directly, Lucius said, and his voice was smooth and precise, the voice of a man who had been speaking in formal settings since childhood. He looked at Harry with the composed attention of someone who had decided that directness was, in this context, the best strategy. Mr. Potter. The board's concern is not personal. It is institutional. He spread his hands slightly, a reasonable man gesture, open and unhurried. This school is responsible for the education and welfare of all its students. When a student's activities extend significantly beyond the school's oversight, meetings with the minister, publication of political content in the press, access to restricted areas of the school, the question of institutional accountability becomes relevant. Everything I've done has been transparent, Harry said. Dumbledore has been aware of and broadly supportive of all of it. The ministry meetings were at the ministry's invitation. The restricted library access was granted by Madame Pants in consultation with Professor Dumbledore. The Quibbler interview was my own decision. That's precisely the issue, Lucius said. The Quibbler interview. An 11-year-old student, making public statements about ministry policy, Hogwarts history, and matters of national security, Harry said. A slight pause. Matters of significant public sensitivity, Lucius continued, not entirely smoothly. Without institutional guidance or oversight. I'm not a ministry employee, Harry said. I'm not a Hogwarts representative. I'm a private individual who gave an interview. 11-year-olds are not prohibited from talking to journalists. The content of the interview is historically accurate, Harry said. I've been happy to provide sources. He looked at the board more broadly. If there are specific claims in the interview that any board member believes are inaccurate, I'd welcome a detailed conversation. The history is documented, if you know where to look. Several board members shifted slightly. Lucius's composure held, but the stillness behind it changed in quality, the stillness of a man who had been in a debate he'd expected to control and was recalculating. The deeper concern, Lucius said, pivoting with practiced efficiency, is about influence. You are, whatever else you may be, a first-year student. You have no formal role in the governance of this school, the ministry, or the magical community's civic discourse. Yet the weight you carry in those spaces is disproportionate and, frankly, unearned. He said the last word with precision. Not cruelty, precision. The word designed to land at the specific nerve it aimed at. Harry looked at him. The word unearned is interesting, Harry said. Tell me what you mean by it. Your reputation precedes you, Lucius said. The boy who lived. The child who survived a curse that killed his parents. The weight that reputation carries was not earned by you, it was assigned to you by an event you didn't choose and couldn't have understood. He paused. I have no quarrel with the fact of what you survived. But the authority being attributed to you because of it, the deference being paid, I question whether the wizarding world is being well served by treating an 11-year-old's opinions as significant simply because of how he's famous. It was well done. Harry acknowledged this internally with the appreciation he gave good arguments, even ones being made against him. He said, You're right that the boy who lived story is not something I earned. It's a story about something that happened to an infant, and infants don't earn anything. It's also not the source of the weight you're describing. He looked at Lucius directly. The source is something older. You know this. The ring on my hand, the magic in the pendant, the way this castle has been running differently since September. The things that are responding to me are not responding to the child who survived a curse. They're responding to something that was here before the curse, before this school, before the magical traditions your family has maintained for centuries. He paused. The authority isn't assigned. It's structural. Like the convergence lines the castle sits on, they don't require anyone to acknowledge them to function. Lucius Malfoy looked at Harry Potter, and what moved in his face was not the flinch that would have made him a lesser antagonist and not the contempt that would have made him a simpler one. It was something more complicated, the specific expression of a man who has spent his life mastering a system, confronting evidence that the system has foundations he wasn't told about, and processing the implications of that at speed. He said, regardless of the historical claims, which I note are disputed by most mainstream scholars, name one mainstream scholar, Harry said. Who has specifically disputed the Elven foundational record? Name the paper, the author, and the journal. A silence. The claim has not been substantively engaged by mainstream scholarship, Lucius said, shifting, because it has not been considered credible enough to warrant. It's never been engaged, Harry said, because the primary source material has been inaccessible. The foundational record in the Hogwarts library has been in a sealed room since this school was built. I can make it available, if the board would like to commission an academic review. I'd welcome that. He looked at the board. I'd genuinely welcome it. I'm not asking anyone to take my word for historical claims. I'm asking that the claims be examined rather than dismissed. Marchbanks, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone watching a chess match of above-average quality, said, Mr. Malfoy. The board has a specific concern to address. I'd suggest we address it. Lucius composed himself. The board's concern, he said, returning to the formal ground, is the scope of an individual student's activities and whether they require greater oversight. The board's concern, Dumbledore said, speaking for the first time since Harry had arrived, is a matter of institutional prerogative. And on the question of institutional prerogative, I'd remind the board that Hogwarts Charter establishes the headmaster as the responsible authority for decisions relating to individual students' educational arrangements. The board's role is governance and policy, not case management. He looked at Lucius with the specific warmth that was also a wall, the warmth of a man who had been navigating this particular personality for 20 years and had mapped its edges exactly. If the board wishes to debate charter interpretation, we can schedule that meeting. But it would need to be a separate meeting, properly constituted, with legal representation for both positions. A silence. Marchbanks said, I think the board's concerns have been heard and responded to. She looked around the table. Is there anything substantive that remains unaddressed? The board members looked at each other with the various expressions of people deciding whether to persist in something that had not gone as planned. 3 of the neutral expression people looked at Lucius. Lucius was looking at the table. One matter, Lucius said, and his voice had changed, not broken, not defeated, but shifted, the way weather shifted before changing. He looked at Harry. The historical claims. The foundational record. You say it's available for review. Yes, Harry said. "I would like to see it," Lucius said. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at him, looked at the composed, intelligent face of a man who had spent this entire meeting defending a position and had, at the end of it, asked to see the thing that would most directly challenge that position. Not capitulation. Not conversion. Something more interesting, the response of a person whose intelligence was, despite everything, genuine, and whose intelligence was telling him that the ground had shifted and he needed to understand the new topology before he could navigate it. "I'll arrange access through the headmaster," Harry said. "With an academic context. Not a debate, a review. You bring whatever scholars you trust. I'll provide the primary source and translation support." Lucius looked at him for a moment longer. Then he nodded, once, with the precision of a man who didn't nod casually. The meeting concluded. People filed out. Marchbanks caught Harry's eye as she left and did something that was not quite a smile and not quite a bow and was entirely its own gesture, the specific acknowledgement of one old thing recognizing another in an unexpected form. Dumbledore remained as the room emptied, and looked at Harry with the expression Harry had come to think of as his most genuine, stripped of the management, stripped of the performance of warmth, just the actual face of an old man thinking. "That last exchange," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said. "He's not changing sides," Dumbledore said. "I don't want you to think, he's not changing sides," Harry agreed. "He's changing information. Which is different and potentially more important. A person operating on incomplete information will keep defending positions that don't hold. Give them the complete information and they at least have to choose consciously." He paused. "Some people choose wrong even with full information. But some don't." "You're very patient," Dumbledore said. "For something that could simply," he stopped. "Could simply what?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him carefully. "You have abilities that could make most of this unnecessary," he said. "The political management, the careful conversations, the letters, the interviews. You could simply, be what you are, at full scale, and most of these obstacles would clear." Harry looked at him. "Could they?" he said. "Or would they calcify? Power used to clear obstacles teaches people that obstacles clear under power. Which means the next person who needs something done doesn't try the careful conversation, they look for the power that clears things." He picked up his bag. "I'm not trying to win arguments. I'm trying to change what arguments are possible. Those are different projects with different tools." He went to the door and then stopped, not because there was something more to say but because there was something to acknowledge. "You were going to manage this," he said to Dumbledore. "The board meeting. The Lucius situation. You had a strategy." "I did," Dumbledore said. "It was a good one," Harry said. "Yours would have worked too." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "Though not in the same way." "No," Harry agreed. "Not in the same way." He left. The end of term arrived in June the way end of term arrived everywhere, gradually and then completely, the last weeks collapsing into a density of exams and farewells and the sudden vivid awareness of time that came when a fixed period was almost over. Exams for Harry were their own category of experience. The practical components had long since evolved into whatever Flitwick and McGonagall had worked out with him, which was different from and more interesting than the standard assessments, and the theoretical components he moved through with the speed of someone for whom the material had never been effort. He sat his history of magic exam beside Hermione and finished 40 minutes before the time was up and spent the remaining time reading the green book under the desk, which Bathsheba babbling the runic studies teacher, who was invigilating, observed and chose not to address. The last night of term was the leaving feast, and Gryffindor had won the House Cup, which had produced the traditional Slytherin resentment and the traditional Gryffindor celebration, and Harry sat in the middle of it with the warmth of a year settling around him like stone finding its configuration. Ron was across the table, engaged in a heated strategic analysis of the end-of-year Quidditch standings with Fred and George, who had lost a bet with Percy about something involving Harry and November and Transfiguration, the details of which Harry had never been fully briefed on. Neville was beside Harry, Trevor the Toad in his lap, eating pudding with the comfortable ease of someone who had arrived at a place over the course of a year and found it was actually where he'd been meant to be all along. Trevor made no attempt to escape. The lake was too far and the pudding was good and Neville's hands were easy. Hermione, on Harry's other side, was talking about her summer reading list, which was extensive and thematic. She'd decided to do a comprehensive review of pre-medieval magical theory over the summer with the specific intention of being able to engage with the foundational record in a more academic framework in second year. She'd written to 3 magical universities and 2 academic archives for access to specific texts. 2 had written back with the particular tone of institutions that were uncertain whether to be impressed or alarmed by the specificity of the request coming from a first-year student. "You should write to Nicholas Flamel directly," Harry said. "He'll have sources that aren't in any archive." "I can write to Nicholas Flamel," she said. "I'll give you the address," he said. She looked at him with the expression of someone who was simultaneously overwhelmed and completely determined. "Sometimes," she said, "talking to you is like standing at the edge of something extremely large." "In a bad way?" She thought about it genuinely. "No," she said. "In a way that makes everything else feel more possible." He looked at her, and she looked at him, and neither of them made anything of it except exactly what it was, 2 people who had spent a year becoming something to each other that didn't have a good word yet, and were fine with that, and had time. Dumbledore gave his end-of-year speech from the staff table, warm, gracious, with the quality of someone who had given this speech 50 times and still found something genuine in it. He looked at Harry once, briefly, in the middle of it, with a look that said several things simultaneously and could be summarized as, "This year was not what I expected and I am grateful for that." Harry raised his goblet slightly. Dumbledore's mouth moved at the corner. McGonagall, seated beside Dumbledore, was watching Harry with the expression she'd been wearing since October, the one that had started as professional recalibration and become something warmer without losing its precision, the look of a woman who respected competence and had been confronted with something beyond competence and had expanded her categories to accommodate it. Flitwick caught Harry's eye from further down the table and inclined his head with the small specific bow of a scholar acknowledging a colleague, which Harry returned. Quirrell's chair was empty. It had been empty since January. The seat for defense against the dark arts had been filled temporarily by a rotating cast of ministry seconds who ranged from adequate to briefly catastrophic, and the question of who would hold the post next year was one that Dumbledore had discussed with Harry during the translation sessions with the frustrated exhaustion of a man whose hiring problems were structurally unusual. Harry had a thought about this but was saving it. After the feast, when the tables had been cleared and the students were beginning the drift toward dormitories and the complicated logistics of packing 11 months of accumulated life into trunks, Harry walked out of the great hall and down through the side corridor to the passage that led, eventually, to the library wing's east wall and the hidden room beyond it. He sat on the floor in the silver-white light with the foundational record on the reading stand and the green book in his lap and the pendant cool and still at his throat, and let the castle settle around him the way it always settled at the end of a busy day, all at once, and completely, like a person sitting down after standing for a very long time. He thought about the year. He thought about the wands shattering on Privet Drive in the summer and Petunia's face in the kitchen and Hagrid on the step with the birthday cake and Happy Birthday Harry in pink icing. He thought about Griphook's inclined head and the vault and the letter. He thought about Ollivander and the feather splitting cleanly along its grain and the word bear. He thought about the train and Hermione's books and Neville's Toad and Draco in the doorway and the something underneath his contempt that was older and more honest. He thought about the Sorting Hat's long pause and the castle humming under his hands and the corridor that moved and Fluffy choosing to sleep. He thought about Quirrell's eyes and the fragment's voice and the light that had moved through his hands in the final chamber and the question he'd asked that the fragment hadn't been able to ignore. He thought about Dumbledore learning to say I was wrong and Fudge's careful political arithmetic and Lucius Malfoy asking to see the foundational record with the specific courage of a person choosing to know something that would complicate them. He thought about the letters. Hundreds of them now, from people whose magic didn't fit the box, who'd been told it was wrong or deficient or unsafe and had believed it because there was no other story available. He thought about what it meant to be the other story, not to perform it, not to announce it, just to be it, completely, without hiding or apology, and let the world adjust around the fact of it. He thought about what the letter in the vault had said. You are not here to restore what was. You are here to remind it that foundations matter. He understood this differently now than he had in August. In August he'd read it as something about history, about recovering what had been lost, restoring what had been forgotten. He understood now that it was about something else. Not restoration. Foundation work. The unglamorous and essential work of making sure the ground that everything else stood on was level and sound and wouldn't shift without warning. You didn't need credit for that work. You needed it to be done. He opened the green book, and today's pages were the last pages, and what was written on them was short. The first year is for learning what you are. The second is for understanding what that means. The third is for deciding what to do with it. You have time. The foundation holds. Come home when you're ready. The forest is still here. He sat with this for a moment. Then he closed the book and stood, and pressed his palm flat to the floor, and let the convergence line speak through the stone, deep and slow and certain, the pulse of something that had been keeping the light on for 3,000 years without anyone asking it to, because it understood that eventually the right person would come back and want to see by it. He felt the 5 points of the convergence, equidistant, balanced, the fifth one, the light one, the will one, running directly through the place where he was standing. I know, he thought. The stone hummed once. He picked up his bag and walked back through the hidden corridor, past the tapestry, through the library that smelled of old paper and cedar and Madame Pance's particular fastidious care, out into the castle corridor where the torch brackets were burning low in the late hour and the portraits of various historical figures were asleep in their frames. One wasn't, a small portrait near the library entrance, a wizard Harry didn't know, round-faced and cheerful, watching Harry leave the library at whatever hour this was with an expression of benign curiosity. Good book? The portrait asked. Old one, Harry said. The best kind, the portrait said, with the satisfied confidence of someone who had been a painting for long enough to have strong opinions. Harry smiled at him and walked on. The train home the next morning was loud and bright and full of the specific energy of an ending that was also a beginning, everyone slightly too aware of the summer ahead to settle properly, 100 conversations happening simultaneously in the corridors and the compartments, the smell of pasties and pumpkin juice and the clean northern air coming through windows cracked open for the first time since autumn. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and Neville in their compartment, which had become, over 9 months, specifically theirs in the way that places became specifically yours not by assignment but by occupancy and accumulation. Ron was already planning the summer in the obsessive and detailed way he planned everything he was excited about, which included Quidditch, a family holiday to Romania to visit Charlie, and a project he'd been slightly cagey about that Fred and George were apparently involved in. Neville had Trevor in his hands and was looking out the window at Scotland diminishing behind them, and his expression was the expression Harry had been watching develop all year, not the anxious, uncertain expression he'd had on the train going north in September, but something more settled. Not confident exactly. Settled. The expression of someone who had spent 9 months finding out that the thing they were afraid they didn't have was, in fact, there. Second year, Ron said, in the tone of a man looking at a calendar and approving of what he saw. McGonagall said we get to start conjuring basic objects in Transfiguration. Fred said Flitwick's second year is significantly more interesting than first. And, he looked at Harry. Who's teaching defense next year? Do you know? Dumbledore is considering options, Harry said. That means no one's sorted yet, Ron translated accurately. It means I suggested someone and Dumbledore is deciding whether it's viable, Harry said. Ron and Hermione and Neville all looked at him. Who? Hermione said. Someone who knows the theory comprehensively and has practical experience that most candidates don't have and teaches in a way that prioritizes actual understanding over rote technique. He paused. And who I think would find the work meaningful rather than political. Who? Ron said, with the particular urgency of someone whose summer speculations needed raw material. Harry smiled. Ask me in September, he said. Ron made a sound of profound dissatisfaction. Hermione turned to the window with the expression of someone running candidates in their head and intending to have an answer by leads. Neville looked at Harry and then at Trevor and then back out the window at England opening up ahead of them, green and flat and entirely different from Scotland, and he said nothing, and his expression was content. Outside, the countryside moved past in long smooth miles, and the train ran south through the afternoon, and Harry sat in the middle of his people in the warmth and noise of an ordinary journey, and felt the ring on his hand and the pendant at his throat and the green book in his bag and the knowledge, deep and certain and entirely without performance, of who and what he was. Not the boy who lived. Not the ministry's regulatory concern. Not the prophet's dangerous anomaly or the quibbler's vindicated mythology or Dumbledore's recalibrated extraordinary student or Lucius Malfoy's complicated problem. Elindra the Undying, wearing an 11-year-old body on a train moving through England, going home to a cupboard that was already too small for what he was becoming, with people on either side of him who knew the whole story and were here anyway. The train ran on. The foundations held. The world turned on its old bones, as it always had, carrying everything that had ever been built on it, the schools and the ministries and the families and the traditions and the fears and the hopes, and beneath all of it, deep and patient and entirely unimpressed by the noise above, the fifth convergence line ran its quiet light through the dark. It had been doing this for 3,000 years. It would do it for 3,000 more. And somewhere in the middle of that long patience, for a span of years that would be brief and significant and entirely worth the wait, it would do it for this, for a boy on a train with his friends, looking forward, unafraid, already thinking about second year.